Let's see. Okay, we're live. Here we go. It's Friday night between the hours about 9 to roughly 10:30, 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's the Realist Talking Sports. We are called In the Paint. Good evening, all. I'm your host, Ronnie Jones, and I also serve as moderator. And joining me is the man that created In the Paint, that be Mr. Mark A. Cunningham, who's joined with us right now live. And also on the line, we have my man Chandler. Guys, how you doing tonight?
What's up, bro?
Okay.
Mac, you can't speak up. What are you mumbling for? Oh, shit, oh.
First of all, be quiet.
Here we go. The beef is already starting, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the back and forth dialogue, the battle of.
You're trying to sound all smooth. Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Well,
come on, son.
Here's the thing. Here's a little backstory for you, Chandler. You know, we have to consider Mac, the Perry Cuomo of the sports world.
No.
You know.
No.
You're okay. He ain't no damn velvet fog.
No. Don't compare me to him.
He's like the Perry Cuomo of the sports world, trying to be smooth.
No.
You know, Johnny Mathis, whatever. I don't know.
I'll take Johnny Mathis, Donnie Hathaway.
No,
man, please don't do it to yourself.
Yeah, don't insult yourself there, buddy. So fall back. Okay,
fall back.
Like I said, fall back. Don't do that. Don't disrespect those legends.
Don't have me groove kill y'all all night.
You know, I am kind of moderating this. I can kind of kill you if I wanted to,
and I can always come back.
And I can always kill you again. We just do this whole.
And I can kill you too.
You can never kill me. I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen.
Want to bet? It can happen right now.
You go ahead. I'm not coming back on the motherfucker. I guarantee that. Yeah, how about that, huh?
Oh, see, that's that bitch assness.
Whatever. Call it what you want. I don't give a damn. This will be my final show. Listen, let's get into this real quick. I see my man's having a hard time getting in, Mr. Dominic, but I'm sure he'll figure it out at some point.
Oh, y'all make fun of me. Device is not connected. That's never happened to me.
You are a liar. You are such a liar.
It's never said device is not connected.
Yes, it has. You don't even get. Your internet service so bad.
Disappear.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing. You're like bye. You know. Yo, listen. Let's get into this real quick. We got the first thing on the docket tonight: Detroit Pistons signing LiAngelo Ball to a 1-year non-guaranteed contract. There's a little bit of a fuss over this, and
why?
Well, I'm going to tell you why. One thing is that they're giving the father, LeVar, so much credit for having 3 sons in the NBA, like he said. You know, since he's like on this Nostradamus type of vibe. And yeah, this is what, yeah, I'm going to have my 3 sons and blah, 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 and this and that, and the third. And people are supporting that. They're soaking it up. They're loving every second of it. And while I'm talking, let me bring my 2 brothers in as well. Good evening, Dom, and also good evening to the Bishop is in the house. What's happening, gentlemen? Hello. If
good evening, hear sir.
Me. There you go. All right, Bishop, you're live as well. Yes, I can. Loud and clear. How about you, Bishop? You all right? Looks like you got the Max 611 thing. Oh, okay, you're moving.
Is Bishop frozen?
That's what I was wondering too. I was asking that. I was like, "Is you all right?" I can't hear you. Can't hear you, brother. Yeah, your volume.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you, bro. Still can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Nope. Say something. Speak. No, nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, so just whenever you get it fixed, just chime in. Okay,
if
you can. Yeah, but going back to LeVar Ball, a lot of people are supporting and saying, "Oh, see, he was right. Let me give him props and this and that." No. First of all, you people, I was about to be very insulting. I'll just say people or sheeple. The thing is, you have the information right there in front of you. It's right here on the screen. 1 year. What does that say? Non-guaranteed.
Exhibit 10.
Which means it's not guaranteed. Ergo, non-guaranteed contract. So what he's doing is going to training camp. There's no guarantee he's going to make the roster. You understand? That's it. So before you guys say he's in the NBA, he's not even in the NBA as of yet. So stop that. That's one. That's one that bothers me. Two, another thing that bothers me is him and his brother. I'm talking about LaMelo. I'm sorry, I'm just not convinced on a bet. Maybe he could shoot. You were saying, Mac, that LiAngelo could shoot, but at the same time, these guys never went to any. Hello?
Keep talking.
Go ahead.
At the same time, these guys never went to college, or you know what I'm saying, playing on quality competition. You understand what I'm saying? You guys are overseas. You know, I could go in the boxing and say these guys are playing freaking cab drivers and street vendors out in Lithuania or wherever the hell it was. I'm just saying. I'm not convinced. I'm just not. You know, so I just think these guys, these people that support the Ball family and giving LeVar too much credit. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's a bunch of crap, to be honest. I'm just done. You know?
Okay. Well, what? Oh, see, y'all conflating two things. Okay, first of all, there's two parents in the household. It's two parents in the household.
And you know what?
So,
I'm glad you said that. Yes.
The two parents raised three sons who haven't been in trouble. They were athletically gifted enough that all three of them made a professional league. However long, even if it was just a cup of coffee, that's more than some people have got. Like we want to talk about all of the holidays that's in the NBA right now. All of them ain't good. But it's a bunch of damn holidays in the NBA. It's a bunch of damn Antetokounmpos in the NBA. It was a bunch of the Curry. There was Moses Curry, all the Curry boys that was in there. Not Dell's kids, but the other ones, the ones from UNLV. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The fact that I don't care where they played, who they played. Somebody thought that each of them was good enough to put them on an NBA roster, even if it is the preseason. That's more than a lot of cats I know who had NBA talent. They got farther than them. Okay, I don't give a damn about LeVar because it ain't nothing to do with him. Okay, now people want to throw his name in there. That's on them. I'm not gonna knock his kids because he's a clown. Because what they've done is they've managed, in spite of him, to be decent human beings. They haven't been in trouble. They ain't out there drinking and driving, drugging, none of that. Right? LiAngelo supposedly is the best shooter of the bunch, but the least athletically gifted.
Right.
But yet, again, he made, non-guaranteed or not, he's going to an NBA training camp, which is a hell of a lot more than a lot of people that play college ball can say. So I'm going to give those three young men credit for following their dreams and not giving up on them. I don't give a damn about LeVar because this ain't him. He didn't do this. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, Michael Jordan's kids probably had his genes. Did they make it to the NBA? They went to college. Did they make it? No. Why? Because they didn't have enough drive, whatever it was. So the three ball kids did everything they were supposed to do. They got an opportunity. Good for them. Anybody wants to add, just put it on LeVar? No, because again, it was two parents in the home. And while he was out being a clown, apparently mom did a pretty good job of raising three young men.
And I could agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have a problem with that at all. You know, but I'm just saying that I didn't make this up about all this adoration going towards LeVar and not the mother. You understand?
Really?
I didn't make this up. You're really.
Wow.
I didn't make this up. That's why I'm commenting on it. I didn't make this up. I'm not the one that drove this whole narrative. No.
I hadn't heard that though. Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, you work like 19 hours a day, so you're not gonna hear shit except the sound of your own snoring. Come on.
He sound like he about Druzy dropping right now.
I am.
See, look at that. So you're not gonna hear anything. You know, but I trust me. I've heard, I've seen on social media. I'm like, wow, okay. You know, and these are from quote unquote legit people at that. Which even drove me even more freaking insane. Let me see. Bishop, can you say something real quick? So I know that you're officially back.
Something real quick.
Okay, there you go.
Something real quick.
I can hear you. You're good. You sound good. Thank you for joining, by the way.
He stopped using Max. He stopped using Max Internet, I see.
Whoa. He had an incident a couple of months ago where he totally disappeared, was inboxing me, but you know.
A few months ago.
But
Months
anyway,
ago.
let's not veer off topic. But
Uh-huh.
to go to what
Can I
Chandler's
comment?
pointing out, hold on.
Hold on a second.
But to go to what Chandler's comments, LeVar drove the narrative because his mouth was the loudest. That's all you saw. And the mom, she was going through her situation because she did have a physical problem and she was ill. And she seems like she's quiet. And the kids have all said, yo, that's just him. He crazy. But again, he drove the narrative, which to me was a lot of somewhat smoke and mirrors in terms of their basketball talent. But again, they did make it. LiAngelo, however, is on a 1-year non-guaranteed Exhibit 10 contract, which means he's not on the team yet.
Right.
He has to get through training camp. He'll get a bonus of $50,000 if he's able to sign with their G League team. And personally, I think Detroit is using the balls right now to make money. Sell some jerseys, sell something for the Detroit Pistons, because they've not been a good team for the past couple of years. And having LiAngelo, having LaMelo, and just if LeVar decides to speak, and when he speaks, it draws attention to them as well. So it's a money move.
Go ahead,
it's
Bishop.
a money move.
I know you wanted to say something on it. Go ahead, dude.
No, so as far as I'm concerned, like, again.
Oh
wow, he froze.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And you
Can
froze.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you. Yeah, so as far as them being in the league, it's 450 people in the league out of a million. So hats off to him for being able to game his sons to get in the league. Hats off to him, because the only one to me that's really like legitimate, I got to see the younger one play, is the one playing with the Lakers, Lonzo. He's legitimate.
You mean with the
Pelicans?
Pelicans?
He's legitimate.
Pelicans, right?
He can't. Right, he used to be with the Lakers, now with the Pelicans. He's a legitimate NBA player. Yeah, I don't know about the younger one. I don't know. I guess we'll see. And the middle one, he had a decent. It was decent.
No,
but it's kind of like at this stage. Well, he's come along at a good time. To me, he's come along at a good time.
Okay.
Considering, like, if you can shoot and you're a consistent shooter, like, he's sort of like, I don't know, I wouldn't call him a Devin Booker type, but kind of like in that mold.
No, he can't put the ball on the floor.
Yeah.
All he does is shoot.
I mean, so he's pretty much like a Steve Novak. Okay.
Right.
Stationary.
Yeah. But I'm just saying again, like, he's come along at a good time where if you light skinned and you can shoot, you got a job in the league.
Oh my God. And you talk about me on the line.
I was just joking. I'm just saying, like, and as far as this father goes, it's like, if you can name it and game it, claim it, baby. I ain't got no problem with that.
See,
he spent a lot of game.
Pretty much.
And one thing that Chandler, you had said about him, they don't get in trouble, which is true to an extent. But one thing does kind of pop up in my mind, that whole shoplifting, whatever that crap was. I don't know if it was dismissed or whatever the case may have been, but it was a negative thing. You understand? It was a negative thing, but I just wanted to just throw it at you. I know I'm being shady right now, but again, with LaMelo, this guy's going to be a first round pick. I get that, because of his size and maybe his ball handling skills and whatnot, but I'm just not convinced. I'm just not convinced. He might be a productive player in the NBA, but I have to see. just like anybody else would.
You know what bothers me? You know what bothers me? They avoided a lot of their contemporaries. They avoided playing all the kids that were in their draft, especially LaMelo.
Right.
He didn't play against any of those kids.
No, he didn't.
Whether it was in AAU, whether it was in high school, whether it was in college. LiAngelo also. That's the smoke in the mirror. My kids are nice. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You took them to Europe. You didn't take them to the best league in Europe. You took them to a league in Europe.
Exactly.
So how did they avoid? Because they were kids being dictated to by their parents.
Well, I said their father did that.
Okay, but no, you said they avoided. You said they avoided.
Right, because of their father.
Oh, no, so it's not they, it's he. See,
it's them.
No, it's not them. It's not them because
it's them.
Listen, if you make decisions for your child has no say in those decisions. So it's not them, it's you.
Okay. They avoid it. Correct. However you want to spin it.
So you know what? Y'all a bunch of clowns right now.
Even after all of that, even
not you, Bishop.
No, I'm just saying, even after all of that, that being said, somebody in the NBA, some scout, somebody in the league had to give the okay to say that we're going to sign these kids.
Right.
Somebody had to, you know what I'm saying? He can say whatever he want to say, but somebody had to sign him. Somebody had to sign him. That's the same. That's the same way that people were questioning when Smush Parker got in the league. When Smush Parker got in the league, how did Smush Parker get in the league? He just one day you saw him in college, and the next day it's like, yo, and you didn't even have a great career in college, and then you're in the league. So it's like, you know, I'm not mad at any of these. I'm not mad at any of them for being able to achieve their dream, being able to have some financial security. Because there's plenty of other players in the league that you look at them and you say, well,
how'd you get here?
Really not that good either. But on a regular court, regular journeyman, they'd be scraping. So it's like you can't really say, you know, well, this guy's really not that good. Maybe in the arena that he's in with the 450 other professional basketball players, maybe he, you know, doesn't stand out. But they got to have something in order to be there.
Yep.
In order to be there.
Okay, I hear you. I got two Doms on the line, or my man Hannibal, or Dom, or Nico, and also Dom from NC. You guys, I know NC Dom, you've been silent. Are you able to move, sir? Or are you having some internet connection? I don't know.
Okay. I am. I could keep. Keep hearing them. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. You can't hear?
It seems like everybody else. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I think your connection is not that great. Yeah. Well, like I said, let me go to the other Dom real quick. Hannibal, what's up?
Yo.
What up, man? You hear what we're talking about? Let me have some of your perspective on the ball situation, LiAngelo.
I mean, if he in the league, he in the league, man. It's I can't even I ain't got nothing to say, man. It's other. I can sit up here and say that it's other players that deserve to be in the league, but
true.
You know, he's there. He's average to me.
Right. I mean, he's there, but he's not there because it's a non-guaranteed contract.
He's not about to get no pick, but it's like I don't know how that even happened. It's politics, you know.
Wouldn't doubt it.
I just want to see the other two play, really, because the other two, in my opinion, deserve to be in the league. I don't know about LiAngelo. He never stood out.
Yeah, but if you look at some of the other players in the league, look at Matthew Dellavedova. Okay, in the arena that he's in, you may say, okay, well, how did he make it in the league? So playing with all of the other professionals, with limited athleticism and so forth, limited shooting ability and so forth. He's been able to find his niche. So I'm not gonna hate on the brother. Like if he can make it,
that whatever his freaking name is. When he played with Cleveland, we saw why he was in the NBA. We don't know why LiAngelo. We do not know why LiAngelo's in the NBA. Let's just be real about that one.
I'm saying Matthew Dellavedova dove on the floor for loose balls. He dove on the floor for loose balls and he took charges.
That's part of the game. Now, since you said that, I want to see LiAngelo do this. If he don't do this, then I mean, like I just said, he's just in the NBA and I just don't have nothing to say about it. That's it.
Yeah, but I mean, he's come at a good time though. He's come at a good time because the game is not as physical as it was, and if you can shoot, you can find a job. If you can shoot, you can find a job.
I don't like I said, I just haven't seen nothing that really stood out. So I'm just going to wait and see.
Yeah.
If he don't play, and that's it, you know. So I see a lot of people was talking, and I'm like, well, shit. I mean, he made it. Right. That's hard. Like, it's hard as hell to get in the NBA. And like I just said,
yes, sir.
There's other people that deserve his spot, but they just not there. So it's politics in this too. It's definitely
it's
politics.
About money. It's about the money that they can generate off of their name.
And if you don't go to that right college, or you ain't getting that that airtime on TV and social media following, I don't know what to say about your career.
I mean, some of it is
somebody looks for you.
The kid on Miami Heat, the one from the Division III school, the shooter on the Miami Heat.
None.
But somebody looked for him. That's the difference.
He didn't go to a Division III school. He's from a Division I school.
Nah, the shooter. The shooter.
He talking about who? Duncan?
Yeah.
Or Tyler Hero?
I think he's talking about Duncan.
Duncan Robinson.
Duncan Robinson.
Okay.
He went to Division III school, so it's just it's like, he's come along at the right time. At the right time.
No, he is different. He has a name and a brand. Duncan Robinson don't have a name and a brand.
And somebody found him.
I was just giving you an analogy to say sometimes it's not a matter of whether people feel like maybe with the way we looking at it, they don't stand out to us. They don't stand out to us. But in the league right now, if you got a jump shot and if you can fit into a certain niche or a certain role, you can find a spot. And
but you may be able to find a spot, but how long is that spot gonna? How long are you gonna maintain that spot?
Well,
you know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's guys in the NBA in the past and present day and whatnot that could just shoot the ball. But how long is their career gonna last?
But Bishop, he has to have a level of athleticism, which he doesn't have.
Right.
But again,
I've seen him play. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have the NBA level of athleticism, unless he improved on some of that and made some changes where his athleticism isn't a detriment.
Right.
It's a possibility he can move on further.
How tall is he?
He's about 6'6", 6'5".
6'6", 6'5". So that's a two guard.
Right. Yeah. Who can't handle the rock.
A two guard that if you can shoot.
Who can't handle the rock. He handles worse than Danny Green.
Okay, but what they're not asking him to handle, if all they're asking him to do is shoot.
Well, we don't know what Detroit is. We don't know what Detroit's coaches are going to have him do.
No, we don't. So we can't say what he does or doesn't have for the NBA because Nazir Muhammad was considered trash. How long Nazir Muhammad stay in the NBA?
He's 7 feet though.
That's not my point. That's not my point. There's a whole lot of 7-footers. There's a whole lot of 7-footers didn't last in the NBA as long as Nazir Muhammad. My point is when he got to the right organization that said, we know what you can't do, but we know you can do this. So just do this. Okay. He had a long career. So it all depends on what the organization is going to ask him to do. Again, I think because of people's hateful of our ball. they're so quick to start pointing out all that's wrong with his sons when his sons ain't got shit to do with it. You want to hate on LeVar Ball, hate on LeVar Ball, but let his sons live, man. Let them live.
Okay.
I agree with you on that one. That's why I said, like, I don't have nothing to say. He made it to the NBA, and that's good. But I don't think I'm saying is I just don't see nothing that made me say, oh, I see why you in the NBA. I can look at Lonzo Ball and look at the youngest one, and I can be like, all right, cool. This LiAngelo dude is just there, bro.
Yeah.
He's there, but he's not there because, again, he's not on a guaranteed contract. It's non-guaranteed.
Why you being petty?
Who? Me?
You. That was petty. That was a petty shot.
No, it wasn't.
That's a shot.
So,
No, I don't disrespect anybody. No one.
You don't, but I like how you flick that little jab out there.
Whatever. Trying to amp shit up this guy. I'm just stating a fact. It's a non-guaranteed contract. So we don't know.
I wish him luck. I like how LaMelo has come along as a player, and it's some things with him.
And I criticized him a lot. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, you did. You did.
know, listen, only reason why I did that because I saw the politics that was going on in California and that whole little basketball circuit. Right. And I'm like, dude, I'm not with the whole cherry picking for 92 points shit. I'm just not with it.
Right. I feel you, you know.
But he just shot up and he's taller than all of them.
And he's quick.
And he know how to pass the ball. And I laid off. I said I ain't gonna say nothing no more. You got my respect.
I'm gonna continue to say stuff. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
Basically, you mad because he got an audition. Pretty much, that's what he got, an audition. Yep. It's not a guaranteed contract. He got it on an audition. He got an audition.
Okay, that's 30-70 at best. Okay, I'll give you that. 30-70 at best to me.
He got an audition, and shoot your shot, baby. Do what you do.
Shot. I already know what the result's gonna be. You shoot your shot. I already know what's gonna wind up being. You can consider me like on the level of fucking Carmack. Okay, back to Johnny Carson's day. I'm gonna predict this shit for you. It goes nowhere. It goes nowhere.
Who are the shooters they have on Detroit?
I don't really care, but he's going nowhere.
I'll tell you in a second.
Doesn't even matter. He's going nowhere.
So when he's on the opening night roster, I expect to see you in the LiAngelo Ball Pistons jersey.
Ooh.
Screw you. I'm not doing it.
Do it.
No way.
Put up or shut up.
No way. It's already bad enough I got something hanging in the balance with the Jets.
Well, I heard that I'm not saying I heard that he's into trannies, so maybe you could just wear some lipstick on that night.
Good Lord.
Whatever. I'm going to continue being the hateful bastard that I am, and if it plucks your nerves, well, so be it. It is what it is. I'm just going to keep on talking anyway. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my view, and I'm sticking to it. He's not going to make the roster. That's a guarantee, unlike the contract he has. All right? So with that, let's move on.
Hold on, before we move on.
Okay.
Chandler.
Yes.
Detroit just signed Wayne Ellington. I just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, okay.
That's a shooter.
It is Motown, so they do need Duke Ellington in there.
So. Wayne Ellington.
The bum from the Knicks.
Right. Who's probably
What they signed, Max?
Wayne Ellington.
Ellington. Yeah, Wayne Ellington, brother.
Yeah. That's the shooting guard position. It's locked. It's sealed, delivered.
There it is.
Locked up. No press time. I ain't saying that in a hateful way, but that's a professional shooter. Plays no defense.
Just like
I don't think he's going to be splitting no minutes.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, there you go. Let's do some moving on, shall we, gentlemen? It's funny as hell. The Los Angeles Lakers making signing a LeBron James for a 2-year extension worth $85 million. Also bringing back Anthony Davis to a max deal, 5 years at $190 million. Oh man, who didn't know this one, huh? Especially in the case of Davis.
As they should. So,
right.
I mean, hey, see, I'm glad you brought up the Lakers because when the season started, everybody was, oh, the Clippers, the Clippers. I told y'all, I said the Clippers about to lose to Denver. Everybody about to, all right, whatever. Boom, what happened? Denver got that ass up out of here. I don't care what nobody say. Kawhi Leonard is all hype.
No, sir.
He's never been the best player on this team.
No, sir.
He's always been third string. When he was with Toronto, it was Kyle Lowry that was the leader of the team. That's the reason why they got there and won the championship. Sorry to say that to you, because Kawhi about to get another chance to be the so-called great, the leader, or whatever you want to call him, and the shit about to go down the toilet again. The man is a diva. Only reason why nobody say shit about him is because he's quiet. But he needs to get his head up out of his ass, and he needs to step up. Because there's no way in hell that you sit up there and you really didn't show up. Paul George, he is who he is. But Kawhi Leonard is so great, and he's so a LeBron stopper, and he had all this talent around him, why he couldn't take him to the finals? I said this in the beginning of the season. I said either the Lakers not going to win or the Clippers. I was wrong about the Lakers, but the Clippers damn sure didn't go nowhere. And I'm sticking on that right now.
What is this blasphemy?
It's not blasphemy. It's never been blasphemy. When has Kawhi Leonard been number one on the team? Tell me when
San Antonio and Toronto.
Excuse my language. Bull crap.
Hold on. Don't talk over each other. Try not to, please.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Bull crap. It was Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Ginobili. Always has been. Everybody hated LeBron, and that's why they kept on bringing up Kawhi's name. He did a good job in defending him, and they won a championship. But don't get it twisted. It was because of the top three I just said: Ginobili, Parker, and Duncan.
So when they play Cleveland in the championship in the finals, and Kawhi Leonard guarded the best player on the court, and basically cemented himself as a defensive stopper, and I believe he won the Finals MVP that year.
Against who?
Against Cleveland. Against the Cleveland Cavaliers. I believe he won the Finals MVP, and when he played in Toronto with the Raptors, and he won the Finals MVP there as well, and they won a championship. I guess
who's the glue? Who's the glue of the team, though?
Kawhi.
No. I'm sorry.
But anyway, we veering off topic.
Wait,
I'm sorry. My bad, yo. No, I'm just talking shit. It's all funny games.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, for sure.
Let Bishop get it. Let Bishop take his jab from there.
So if you go back historically, Kyle Lowry has been there. Kyle Lowry has been a choke artist. Him and his sidekick, they both were choke artists. DeRozan. That's why they could never get past Cleveland. No matter how good the regular season record was, Cleveland would come in with a lower seed, with a lower record, and eliminate them, demolish them. You understand what I'm saying? So Kyle Lowry, yes, he's been there longer. He's the longer tenured player. But until Kawhi Leonard came to Toronto, Toronto was just a foregone conclusion to be out in the second round, maybe the third round. So Kawhi has cemented himself. This thing with the Clippers.
It's more on Paul George.
I think the thing with the Clippers, we had a lot of animosity. You had a lot of mitchiness going on. I'm hearing like guys being upset about players being treated a certain way, the star players being treated a certain way and not being forced to do this and not being forced to do that. It's like that's why his check is so much larger than everybody else's check because guess what? He's the star of the team, and stars get preferential treatment. It's just that's just
they
how
do.
it is.
But
Yeah,
Bishop, go ahead. Dom.
go. No, I was about to say I agree with you. Like, you know, stars do get special treatment, but I mean, Kawhi, let's play it for a season, my G. You're not about to pull that San Antonio, and that's my point. This is all right, man. I'm gonna let y'all. If you don't like LeBron, I understand, yo. I'm not saying that Kawhi is garbage. He's not, but he's not. Y'all put him on this pedestal like he's a leader. He's all of this, and no, he came to Toronto. They had Kyle Lowry, Pascal Siakam shocked the whole world because nobody knew what he was going to do. Nobody knew that. So this man keeps coming into good situations. Then once he won his championship and he started acting like a diva, he wanted to go to the Clippers. Now it's all on you, Kawhi. And look what happened. Folded. We can blame Paul George too, but yo, you folded. Well, he cannot lead a team. He had all that talent there.
That's fair.
Okay.
For me though, Paul George is the guy who what's the term I used? Booty. What did I call it?
What'd you? I forgot. I know you say disappearing acts a lot.
Yeah, but Paul George is Mr. Disappearing Acts.
How do you get booty out of that?
No, it's something I said on one of ours posts, but
oh man,
in the group. I agree with Dom on Kawhi Leonard not being a true leader. He doesn't exhibit leadership qualities. He's very quiet. He's sort of passive aggressive in the things that he does within an organization, but he's still a great player. I'm not going to take that away from him. He shined in big moments, but the Clippers last year I don't know if it's a combination of some of the moves Doc made as a coach, Paul George's inability to shine in big moments, and Kawhi he didn't have it. So Denver beat that ass.
Well,
okay.
If you look at what happened with Clippers after the regular season, so it had to be something going on there because you lose Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah, he broke out.
Which is a mainstay in your rotation. You lose him. You fire the coach. You come up with all of this. The reason why we're getting rid of him. They came up with a myriad of reasons. And one of the most ridiculous reasons were because they didn't sign the kid that is in Denver. They didn't sign him. So the management was upset because they didn't sign that kid. And it's like, again, if he would have been with the Clippers, there's no guarantee that he would be the player that he is now because there's no focus on him. Everybody's focused on Jokic and Murray, so he just gets to freelance. So if you bring him into a situation where there's pressure on him, who knows how tight his shooting is going to be? You know what I mean? So you can't. It's apples and bananas. You're trying to compare apples and bananas. And as far as like all of the, like Paul George, I mean, after the comments that he made, like I didn't really like him, period. But after the comments that he made, it's like, dude, like you had the green light all season. I remember games when you were scoring 30, 40 points a game and everything was all good. You flowing. Right.
He threw everybody under the bus except for himself.
But when the pressure comes on and the spotlight is on, then you talk about, well, I'm in a bad place mentally. I'm in a dark place mentally.
So I want to say this, right? So am I tripping on feeling like this about Paul George? So we all know that Paul George was dating
Doc's
the coach's
Doc's daughter.
He was engaged,
daughter, right?
They were engaged.
I think that got a lot to do with Paul George, and it says it's girly behavior.
Yeah.
That's girly behavior, man.
You know what?
And he's a certified. I would say he's a certified clown because I don't know Doc Rivers' daughter, but you left her for a fucking whore.
Whoa.
And then you sit up and come on, and now you and the coaches. I'm gonna let that be, man. But I think it's over there.
Okay.
I mean, this clown stuff. I'm gonna get into once this is over, I'm gonna get into what I said when we talked about Scottie Pippen's wife. I'm gonna get into that.
Yeah, for sure. I totally forgot about that, Don. You know what I mean?
Let's get back to the Lakers though. But LeBron signing for the 2-year max.
Right.
Good move. AD giving him the 5-year, $190 million, and then they got Montrezl Harrell. They got Dennis Schroeder.
Right. Yes.
They picked up a few pieces.
They did.
Wesley Matthews.
Yeah, they picked up Wesley Matthews. Good addition.
Okay. Who'll be hurt soon.
Gasol.
They picked up Marc Gasol.
And Gasol, thank you.
Smart move because although he's older, he still knows how to play pick and rolls, pick and pops. He'll do some of the dirty work that they need done, and you know he's a true pro. And they'll probably be the West champs or in the Western Conference Finals when the season starts. And
I don't like the Schroeder sign.
I said this last week, guys. It was amazing. Not to get on the Knicks, but it was amazing how the Lakers won the championship and got better. They didn't do it via the draft, did they?
No, sir.
They picked up solid veterans. Didn't they bring back a Morris brother too?
Yeah, they brought back Marquis.
Yeah.
Lord.
But none of them are home. Probably who's left? Kuzma. I think
Kuzma. And what's the guard name?
Caruso.
Caruso and Kuzma left.
Right. They had all of them guys marked last year. Won a ring, and then go out and get everybody else. And I don't want to be the late guy. I was just listening. When it comes to the Clippers, Paul George, Leonard, Doc Rivers, they all failed because they all disappeared for 3 straight games.
Right.
You disappeared more.
Right.
So they all disappeared.
They did.
And again, Kawhi Leonard was the mainstay. You know, George came because Kawhi was there. I mean, it was an epic failure all around. Doc Rivers being number 1, Kawhi Leonard, to me, being number 2, because Paul George was always robbing. But Batman didn't show up when the little bat thing went in the sky either. So it was a collective fiasco. So we could, pick straws of who was worse than who, because of course Paul George has a reputation of disappearing because he did have more turnovers than field goals in Game 7. But collectively, they let it get to Game 7. So I kind of, as much as I don't like Paul George, just like y'all, because he's a disappearing act, but I kind of like what he said. I don't know if y'all heard his interview, that after game, after they were down 3-1, they was like, I will win the next one. And it was 3-2. It was up.
We'll win the next one.
We got the next one. But at the end of the day, he said they made no adjustment. So I assume the saying he was speaking of the coach.
You know what, Dom? I don't hate Paul George, and for me, he just put a lot of accountability on others and not himself, and not say I need to do better.
But the scary thing is, guys, you could take all of those guys we mentioned, and only one of the 3 has blown a 3-1 lead 3 times.
3 times.
Paul George.
Dumb.
No, not Rivers.
Dumb.
Yes, sir.
Dumb.
Yes, sir.
So if this was anybody else, I would still feel the same way. But it's even worse coming from a veteran. it's even worse coming from a veteran to say that we were up 3-1. You've been in the league. This ain't your first go round. You've been in the league. And you get on this all the smoke show and start peddling this bullshit about, oh, we didn't make adjustment. You on the court.
You make the adjustment, right?
You make the adjustment. You're the veteran. You understand what I'm saying? So this nonsense about, oh, we never made adjustments. He used me the wrong way, and my hand was hurting. I'm in the dark place, and all of this other nonsense.
Back to the dark place.
It's pure food.
I get all of that. I get all of that. But at the end of the day, who's more of the enemy? Who's the worst of three evils? We can say George. I'm not going to debate that. But I'm saying, that's what the coach is for. And he has proven before that he has blown 3-1 lead with different characters.
Yes,
three sets of different characters.
That's true. Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, but if you look at,
it is what it is. I don't like what he did. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the throwing darts and going on hard.
Right. Right.
But at the end of the day, you got to sit back and say, if it was Kawhi Leonard saying that, we have nothing to say, would we?
No, we still say the same thing.
Yeah.
Because at the end of it,
right.
Here's the thing. Now Doc has a problem when he gets a lot of talented people because for some reason they never get along. If you look at all the teams where he's had ultra talented teams, they have not gotten along. So I'm gonna fault Doc for not being able to manage the personalities, and I'll fault him for that. Don't talk about not making adjustments, not being used right. When you did more pick and rolls this season than you ever have in your career. Don't tell me you was just doing pin down, standing in the corner, shooting threes. Because I watched a lot of Clipper games, unfortunately, because they were the only damn games on. Okay, so we had no choice but to watch the damn Clippers every other day.
Right.
Okay, you wasn't standing in the corner, bro. You wasn't just coming off pin downs like Ray Allen. And for you to put your name in the same breath as Ray Allen, first of all, needs to be punched in the face. All right, because you can't shoot a third as well as Ray Allen. So get his name out your mouth. That's the first thing. But then you don't get to then say we didn't make adjustments. They didn't make adjustments. They didn't do this. They didn't do this. He didn't say we. He pointed the finger at everybody, including the damn guy who tapes him up. Yeah, they didn't tape my foot right. They didn't put my sneakers in the locker right. Man, the water in the showers was too cold.
They missed one of the holes in the lacing them up.
You know, when I went to breakfast, I asked them scrambled soft. They scrambled hard. He made every excuse in the book.
Oh, God.
Okay. Even if you think about it, remember the interview he gave right after they lost? Well, this wasn't a win now year anyway. He
did say that,
but picking excuses thing. You starting to sound like what's his name?
Deontay Wilder.
Yeah,
stop Wilder. Like stop Wilder in it.
It was the gloves. It was the outfit. It was the leggings. It was this. They put something in my water. The air conditioning was too cold. Shut up. Shut up, because when you left Indiana, you made excuses in Indiana as to why y'all didn't win. See, I remember the excuses he made leaving Indiana.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. He excused his way out of Oklahoma City. Now you're making excuses again. I don't want to hear Paul George give another interview unless the only thing he says is, I need to shut up. Other than that, I ain't trying to hear.
No, what's funny about Paul George? When he was in Indiana, everybody was saying he was going to beat LeBron and beat Cleveland. And I'm sitting there going, y'all ain't never going to beat Cleveland because of you, homie. You just not there. You won't ever be there.
Right.
And he's a good player. It's just that he don't have that you know.
But here's the other flip side to this, guy. We're sitting here talking about what Paul George said. And because I don't talk, I play aloof all the time. Don't say nothing.
No.
We just let that go under the radar.
Quiet Kawhi.
He walks away, braids his hair, puts on his New Balance and goes home. And don't hear words.
But he's never talking, Dom.
Is in that performance for 2.5 games.
But Dom, he's never talked.
But see, we're used to that. Because he never don't say nothing, we let it go under the radar. This guy gets more load management games than a 90-year vet at the VA. Come on. Sometimes you got to sit back and say, he's on to something. I ain't knocking him for his hustle. He's on to something. I could just walk away and say, I'll talk to you later, or
throughout the playoffs, if you look at the Clippers throughout the playoffs, even in that first round against Dallas, Kawhi Leonard did what he was supposed to do, and Paul George made that series a whole lot harder than it had to be because he didn't step up.
Again, we can split hairs. But neither one of them hit more than 7 field goals in a game 7.
Yes,
I'm not saying George is better. I'm not saying George's talk is better. I'm just saying there was a three dog race and none of them showed up. George, Leonard, Doc. That's how they lost a 3-1 lead.
And in that game, in that last game, they all morphed into shooting 3-pointers. Paul George shot 3 shots off the side of the backboard from 3-point range. So Kawhi, he had a bad game.
He had 3 bad games. He had 2.5 bad games.
He had a bad game, and then
Bishop, if it was anybody else, Bishop, let's be honest. If it was anybody else, and he's the star of the team, he's the guy you was talking about when I sat back and stood quiet when Dominic was talking. If he was that guy, how do you blow a 3-1 lead? You're the man. You're the highest paid player. You recruited the guy Bishop is talking about.
Yes, sir.
But you're the man. You are that guy. And you were part of a blown 3-1 lead. And you disappeared in 2.5 of those games. I'm just saying.
I have a question for you, Dom. I got a question, Dom.
Yes.
Now, everybody likes to keep talking about Dirk Nowitzki, right? We all remember when Dallas got knocked out in the first round, right? When they were like a 60 or 70 win team, and they lost in the first round to an 8 seed. Did anybody come for Dirk? No. Why? Because he never really said a whole lot.
It's sort of different, though. Go ahead.
Hold on. My point is, Kawhi Leonard has never been a talker, ever.
Right.
Okay. When you ask him a question, he'll answer the question, and he at least took culpability. He said, "We messed up. We shouldn't have lost the 3-1 lead. We should have won the series." Okay, that's what he said. He at least took responsibility and accountability. The reason he's not getting a whole lot of shade is because he's not continuing to make excuses. He doesn't talk. Okay, he said what he said after the series, and he left it at that. He said, "We failed." I can live with that. I can live with you taking ownership. Okay?
Right.
Paul George keeps talking. And that's the difference. That's why Kawhi Leonard's not getting the shade, because Paul George won't shut up. Okay, it's like when you get caught by your significant other and you know you caught, but you keep damn talking instead of just being quiet. Sometimes just shut up.
So if one guy don't say nothing and the other guy does say something, does that take away from what you didn't do?
No, it doesn't. But what it does though is it shines a light on the guy who keeps talking, because now we all looking at you. Okay? Because the one who's not talking, he's sitting over there in the corner. We don't forgot about him, but you won't shut up. So let's all focus on you.
Right. So, except for Dom didn't forget him.
The problem that the Clippers had to me was they set unrealistic expectations for the season. They set unrealistic expectations. You got an upgrade on your roster, but again, you're not going to go from being a franchise that has never done anything in the league for the 50 years that you've been in existence in the NBA. You're not going to go from that to suddenly becoming the creme de la creme of the NBA and winning championships. It was an unrealistic expectation. It was unrealistic when Miami did it, when they had the big three. It was unrealistic to think that they would win a championship in their first season.
Yeah, right about that.
So they set unrealistic expectations, and then when they talk a whole bunch of loose talk for the whole season, be better than the league. We this, we that. When you got Patrick Beverly talking, you got all these guys like
Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, and it's just like, you guys are not really that good. Like, you guys are not really that good. Nobody on the team has done anything except for Kawhi. The rest of you guys have just been in the league, and it's like, just play and see what happens. You understand what I'm saying? Just play and see what happens. But you put it out there, And then when you couldn't live up to the expectations, when the reality set in, then it's like nobody really had anything. And then it's like, okay, well, Doc was guilty of it as well. Because Doc had to believe in that they were championship ready as well. And it's like you need at least a season, maybe 2 seasons, to see what you really got and to see, pecking order and so forth and so on. And they never got an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Hey.
But one last thing. Everything you're saying, Bishop, is halfway decent. We could go back to the Clippers past. We understand that. But they also they had 2 sets of good teams. Don't get it twisted. Nobody on the Lakers ever won anything either other than LeBron. But the Clippers were moving in a direction. So as you're moving in a direction and you're acquiring pieces that you think, me and you might not agree with them, Bishop, but they think we acquired the right pieces to take us to the next level because they had a good year last year, remember? With a shoestring team, they did good. But again, at the end of the day, there's one common denominator in all of this.
There was no expectations last season. They had low expectations the seasons before.
It don't matter. Low, high expectations. Everybody, you can't sit here and say that every team goes in thinking, we're going to win 25 games. Your expectations should be high because if they're not, you're in the wrong business. But we've seen their ascension. But there was one common denominator in that ascension that led to their descension. That was Doc Rivers, guys. We talked about this after the series, remember? Come on, it wasn't like they were playing the Lakers and blew a 3-1 lead. They were playing the Nuggets.
If you look back at the season before last, there was no expectations for the Clippers to win the championship. They were just playing for respectability. That's it.
Well,
there was no expectation.
When you bring in a Kawhi, you bring in a Paul George.
Yes,
you expected to do better than being knocked out in the second round.
Right. I'm saying at least contend for the conference finals. But what they said, they didn't say we're looking forward to trying to win our conference or go to the conference finals. They immediately said championship, and it's like you set yourself up for failure when you make the expectations, set the expectations so high. That's like the Brooklyn Nets saying we're going to win the championship now.
But are you mad at? But are you mad at that, Bishop?
Right.
Are you mad at that?
Am I mad at them setting the or making a statement?
Yes.
It wasn't realistic for you to make that statement.
It wasn't realistic to you, Bishop. You don't go to work every day saying I'm gonna do the bare minimum and get by. If you do, God bless you. Don't get me wrong. Whatever works for you. But if you don't go into something with some sort of expectation, then why are you going in? Again, they had a decent team last year, a decent record, made it to the second round. They went out and acquired all these pieces. So you think decent year, all these pieces, their expectations was what? Just make the playoff?
Conference finals was what they should have been called.
Some fans would get mad at that.
Conference finals, that's it. Conference finals and see what happens.
That's your take on it, Bishop. We don't know what motivated them.
Well, listen, let's take a time out on this one. All right, we're going to still stay only in the NBA. We almost got an hour in, and we got to move the show along. So let's get into the Blockbuster deal between Houston Rockets and the Washington Wizards. They're trading point guards. John Wall goes to Houston. Russell Westbrook goes to Washington. What do we guys think about this?
I like the trade.
Me too. I like John Wall. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
I was going to say that I like Chandler was saying, I like John Wall. Hopefully he's healthy. Hopefully Boogie Cousins is healthy in Houston. I know James Harden might still want to leave, but you got 2 pieces now who, if they're healthy, y'all are a better team. And to go with the other guys that you have left, I think they need to move some more pieces around to round their team out and make it better. But John Wall, those two injuries was hard to see because I like him. He's a consummate point guard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Harden is said, and there's been talks of him saying that he didn't totally like playing in D'Antoni's system,
right?
And that he wants to play better. Well, here's your chance, and we'll see. I think Russell Westbrook going to Washington isn't a bad move. His coach just has to coach better. It's his old coach from OKC. He got to realize, and somebody got to sit with Russell Westbrook and tell him, yo, 100 miles an hour, you got to slow down a little bit. And last year was his most efficient year in the regular season, playing in D'Antoni's system, because D'Antoni allowed him, the only player he allowed to take mid-range jump shots and post up. Everybody else, it was a 3-for-all and dives to the basket. So I would tell Westbrook not to take threes. I don't want you taking any threes. You get yours in the mid-range. You push the pace.
Mm-hmm.
You post up other guards.
Right.
And you drive and kick. You got Bradley Beal over there on the wing, who last year he balled out, averaging 30 points a game. So they got to work it out, and I like the trade.
Okay. Yeah, I do too, because I mean, I've always been a John Wall fan. I think he had a lot of criticism that wasn't warranted.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at his game, all he ever really needed to his game, he was never going to be a good shooter, but he needed to make enough jump shots to keep people honest.
Right.
And he started doing that. I think he was 28-8. I think his last season he played 28-8. I think it was something like that, 27-8, 26-8, 20-something and 8. Which is okay. I'll take that out of my point guard. And he makes enough jump shots. He makes enough 3-pointers. He's not ever going to be great at it, but he makes enough so that you just can't leave him alone. When he first came to league, you wouldn't even go near him. Yeah, go ahead and shoot, John. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, shoot as much as you want, bro. He is now somebody that you have to at least guard on the perimeter if he's going to take a jump shot.
Right.
Chandler, he was 23-10.
Okay, 23-10. I like also the fact that he never got credit for this, what he did in that community. Without playing this past year, he raised over $500,000 for rental assistance for people in the community.
Okay.
I like a lot of things about John Wall. I think, and with the coach they have, and it bothers me that there's this narrative about Stephen Silas that they're supposed to be rebuilding, but you got this clown in Brooklyn who's never coached a game in his life, but that's the championship. But we gonna continue with the championship with this clown who's never coached. But you got a guy who's been coaching for 20 years, but suddenly you rebuilding. Stephen Silas is Paul Silas's son. If he's anything like his father, here's what the Rockets are gonna do. They're gonna play some damn defense, okay? And they are going to play traditional basketball in the sense of, listen, we ain't just going to run up and down the court and jack up 3-pointers.
Right.
Okay, we're going to have a mid-range game. We're going to have an inside game. You're not going to stand there and dribble the ball for 23.8 seconds and then give it to somebody else, let them jack up a shot. So I hate that narrative, okay? And I like the team that they're building because, again, if you look at Stephen Silas's roots, look at where he's coached at, his business staffs he's been on. This guy, I think, is going to be a good coach, and I think that he is going to help James Harden actually become the James Harden that he used to be, which was a guy who actually didn't stand in the corner and dribble all the damn time. James Harden used to play off the ball. He used to move the ball. He used to do other things than stand there and Euro step from the 3-point line. I think if he gives Stephen Silas if he gives Stephen Silas a chance, I think we can see the scoring. The scoring, I don't think is going to go down, but I think we'll see the more well-rounded James Harden that we used to see versus this nonsense that he's become. But I like the trade for John Wall. I just need him to stay healthy. That's really it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get off of that John Wall thing. John Wall's best field goal season don't match Russell Westbrook, who we're talking about that can't shoot. Their assist and rebound ratio ain't even close. The Wizards won that trade. This dude in a couple of days wouldn't have played in an NBA game for 2 years. And you're going to team him up with Harden. unless you guys know something and you got some magical wand, some Nostradamus type stuff, until you prove to me that Harden is going to change, I don't care who the coach is, if he don't change. But let's not go crazy, guys. We can't compare John Wall to Russell Westbrook. Not on a bad day. Not on a bad day. Russell Westbrook had one season where he shot under 41% from the field. But he's the worst shooter in the NBA. And again, I'll go back to what I said a few weeks ago. It took 54 years for somebody to average a triple-double. He does it 3 years in a row. Now it's a bloated stat. Okay.
It's
all right. I got nothing against John Wall, but he ain't in no category of Russell Westbrook. The Wizards won that trade because Beal didn't want to be around him. So now we have him with a real point guard and a real leader who's going to stay on the court.
Well, hold on, Donald. From what I understand, Harden didn't really care for Westbrook either.
But that's another thing. Who has Harden got along with? He's another one. He's almost in the Doc Rivers boat. How many 3-1 series leads has he blown? Being the man, holding the ball for 22 damn seconds. I wouldn't have got along with him. He's lucky Russell Westbrook and punch him in his face.
He had a decade at eight.
Yeah,
the whole decade. But when I seen the trade, I was like, y'all basically exchanging gym shoes. Yeah, you take my shoe, and I take your shoe. That's how I looked at it.
Dom, they money match. They money is the same money.
That's
exactly the same.
And I agree with Dime, but at the same time, Bradley Beal, he needs to just go somewhere else at this point.
Let me ask y'all: is Bradley Beal a superstar, or is he?
No.
Is he just not there? I knew Chandler was going to say that. He didn't even let me finish.
James Harden this is what James Harden, he has to play with like a Scottie Pippen type. That's the only way that he's going to be able to go somewhere in the NBA. If he don't have that defensive-minded / guard, they can handle the ball and shoot it. I just don't see him playing with nobody. Who can he really play with, man?
I think D'Antoni ruined him.
Who?
Definitely.
Harden
ruined him.
Harden ruined Harden.
No, let me finish that thought. You can't let somebody play a certain way and then expect them to change overnight. D'Antoni, go ahead, do what you do, shoot. We're gonna ride this to quote Mike D'Antoni, we're gonna ride this till the wheels fall off. That's his quote.
Right. Right.
You set yourself up, Mark. It's a bad thing for Dan Antoni to do it, but Doc Rivers never made no adjustment, and it's like, let's get Paul.
Oh yeah.
I will say
I'm not a Doc Rivers fan.
I will say this, guys, because I got to go because I've got to put early this morning.
Okay.
I will give anybody a 25-cent bet that John Wall don't have near one better stat than Russell Westbrook this year. And I'll leave you with this, guys. And
it's not a comparison, Dom.
They don't play the same. They don't play the same way.
Without John Wall, how did Beal get better without Wall? Coincidence? Maybe.
No, they don't like each other.
So, I think the issue here is one. I agree with you, Dom. Washington got the better of that trade because Bradley Beal needs to get off the ball so he can do more of what he does, which is score and facilitate for his teammates. And Washington Wizards have a bunch of young big men that get up and down. They got the Japanese kid Yakumoru, and they got a couple of other forwards. Yeah, they got a couple of other forwards that get up and down and get after it. So Westbrook don't have to slow up because he's gonna have people filling those lanes.
And he should be rebounding a lot either this year. His rebound should be going down.
And one more thing, guys, who's gonna be Westbrook's coach in Washington?
Scotty Brooks, the same one he had in Oklahoma City.
Let him run amok.
Right.
He didn't let him run amok.
Yes, he
They made
did.
it to the playoffs every year.
The reason why he had to do that is because they didn't have anybody else.
Right. They made the playoffs every year.
Yeah, he had to be the scorer. He had to be the rebounder. He had to be the assist guy. He had to be everything. He had to be the skills guy. So, but as far as John Wall and Houston, I don't think James Harden is going to be in Houston because the move that they just made to trade Westbrook, it's like it just doesn't make sense to have John Wall and Cousins and some of the other pieces that you got and have James Harden there. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't think James Harden is going to be, to me, I don't think he's going to be in Houston when the season starts. Everybody keeps saying Brooklyn, Brooklyn, Brooklyn. I wouldn't be surprised if they figure out some kind of way where he's in Philly because of his relationship with Daryl Morey. And how Daryl Morey is, James Harden is Harden all the way. He's probably got a tattoo on his chest of Harden because that's how much he loves.
Right.
That's how much he loves Harden. So I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up in Philly for Simmons plus somebody else. I wouldn't be surprised.
But Bishop, here's the thing: if you're trying to go back to a more traditional offense, right? You have a point guard who can pass. John Wall can pass. Don't give a damn with nobody. And again, this is not a comparison between him and Westbrook because they played a game. They're listed their point. First of all, Russell Westbrook is not a traditional point guard. John Wall is. So they don't even play the same game. So I don't compare them. All right. You're talking apples and oranges when you're talking about John Wall and Russell Westbrook. It's apples and oranges. But if you're trying to go back to a more traditional offense, and James Harden, and because you got him under contract for 2 years, 3 years. Let's say they keep him for 1 season, right? Because you want to see if he's willing to change, or even half a season. Because I think he's going to be there at least half a season. Because you want to see if he's willing to change, like he said that he didn't really like the D'Antoni offense. Okay, I'm gonna give this coach a half a season. I'm gonna give this coach a half a season. I'm gonna see if James is willing to actually be a professional. Because listen, we paying you a whole lot of money, so I don't really give a damn what you want. You signed the contract, okay? Nobody forced you to sign it, so shut up and play. But I keep him half a season. I see what I have with that particular group, and if I see it's not working, I can always move him. At the halfway point of the season, I can always move him.
But I don't want to take that chance. I don't want to take that chance of having a disgruntled player and messing up my locker room. I don't want to take that chance. So I don't even think he's going to be there at the beginning of the season. And I feel like Philly is got some assets that they can use that would be equitable for Houston in the direction that they're going. I think Philly's got some assets. James Harden, to me, it's like there's nothing on the basketball court that James Harden can't do. Right. So we've seen him play. We've seen him play the right way. Right. We've seen him play the D'Antoni way. Right. Now, if you say if somebody got a sound bite that said he didn't enjoy playing in the D'Antoni style, they're lying because you can't say that he didn't enjoy scoring 60 points, 50 points. Right. Of course he did. Leading the league in scoring. That's every basketball player's dream to have the green light and be able to take whatever shots you want within the offense.
Yeah, but hold on, Bishop, hold on. Do you want to trust that Joel Embiid, who can't stay in shape and can't stay on the court now, do you really want to trade away Ben Simmons and put basically all your eggs in the Joel Embiid basket? Because outside of Embiid, the assets you'll have to give up to get Harden, that leaves you basically Harden, Embiid, and some veteran venom guys and things of that nature. But do you trust Embiid enough to trade Simmons? I guess is the question, because I don't trust Joel Embiid any further. I can throw his big fat ass. Okay, I can't throw him very far.
I'm not sure what the money is as far as what Ben Simmons is making and what Harden.
They both got big. They all got big contracts.
Yeah,
right. So they would probably put Ben Simmons in with somebody else as a sweetener for that deal, and it gives you a young core in Houston to restart, to reboot, and then it also solidifies Philly in the Eastern Conference because say what you want to say, James Harden is a problem every single night he steps on the court in the regular season.
I'm saying though, do you trust Embiid enough to trade away Simmons if you're Philly?
So the problem that Embiid had to me was you're a big man. You were one of the most talented big men in the league. The league is a pick and roll league, a pick and pop league, and a 3-point shooting league. But you can't run a pick and roll with your point guard and your big man because your point guard doesn't shoot. So if you had Harden running a pick and roll with Embiid, you got to honor both of those guys. You got to honor them, and it gives Joel Embiid easier baskets because once he gets that ball and roll into the basket, who's going to stop him?
I agree with that.
Who's going to stop him? And then you got James Harden. Again, it's like I think what people fail to realize is like even though he's taking some of those shots and bad shots and so forth and so on, James Harden is super talented.
Yeah, he is.
He's supremely talented.
Yeah.
And somebody who 29 other teams in the league on any given night, their defense is geared towards stopping you, and you still average 34 points a game. You still average 34 points a game when every other team, you're on the whiteboard at the top of the board.
To piggyback on what Chandler was saying with Silas, he's gonna make Harden more efficient because
he should.
He jacks up a ton of shots.
Yeah,
he jacks up too many shots sometimes. When you look at his 3 numbers, it's respectable, but then you look at games where he's shot 2 of 15 from the 3 line. The reason, this is the reason why I love his game, is because he gets to the line 10 times a night. So it offsets his shooting.
Yep.
They're gonna slow that down a little bit. He's not gonna jack up as many shots as he does. But he will still remain efficient, and he still will probably average 30 points a night.
Easy, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
In the Eastern Conference, he could easily average 30-something points a night with Embiid, and that puts Philly in that maybe like 3rd spot, maybe in the 3rd spot in the league in the Eastern Conference. Because I don't think anybody's going to knock Milwaukee out, and Milwaukee made a big move by getting Holiday.
Yeah,
that was a big time move.
Yeah.
And then you still got Miami, who is going to be grinding it out no matter what.
Yep.
So you got those 2 in the Eastern Conference, and I think Philly could be that 3 seed if they get. And I don't see how it makes sense for Harden to be in Houston at the start of the season. I just don't see how it makes sense.
Well, it seemed like they ain't gonna give him up.
Right.
So he's
still on the contract until 2020, 21, 22 season. Right. So there's that too. You know what I mean?
But at some point, if somebody is disgruntled and they don't want to be there, it's going to show on the floor. It's going to show in the locker room. So at some point, they'll have to make a decision whether get rid of him.
I hear what you're saying. At the same time, he shouldn't be disgruntled because he didn't want to be paired with Westbrook, from what I understand. He wanted if the choice. Hold on, the choice came down to either Westbrook or Wall, and I think he fits better with Wall.
Yeah, he does.
You
know what I'm saying? So again, why would you leave a situation where it's better for you? I don't think
how long's he been in Houston? Almost a decade.
Yeah, it's time to move on.
I don't think he's going to move on. Be perfectly honest. I don't think he's going to move on. I think he's going to give this pairing with Wall a shot, and he'd be wise to do so. To be perfectly honest, because I think they pair together well, and we're going to see.
If you look at what's remaining in Houston and what the upside is, if he goes to Philly, because he won't work in Brooklyn. It's not going to work in Brooklyn.
Okay.
That's not going to work in Brooklyn. I don't care what. They could give 7 players. It's still not going to work. And if he goes to Philly, which to me is the only other place that makes sense,
I agree.
Is pretty much like you immediately move into that next level, and depending on how hard he wants to play, they could jump ahead of Miami because you got Joel Embiid. And
it's very possible, but that's only if he wants to leave it, which I truly believe that's not going to be the case.
But see, the other thing, though, again, I keep going back to this, and nobody answers me. Mm-hmm. Do you trust Joel Embiid, who is never in shape? Who is never in shape? Who is never in shape? There are games where he is dripping fat grease and fat out of his pores. He can barely make it up and down the court. It's not Philly.
Listen, he right now he is on Broad Street in some West African restaurant getting his jollof rice on, and then he gonna get some ice cream later and a fat ass apple pie.
No, you forgot something, and a Philly cheesesteak. You forgot.
And a Philly cheesesteak.
To answer your question. So to me, I think the major problem with Philly was they didn't have any. The coaching, the coach didn't know how to. He didn't know how to hold.
He wasn't a leader.
He didn't know how to hold these guys accountable, and he had them playing. They were out of position.
Okay.
You can't have Ben Simmons, great court vision, great ball handler, but you can't be my starting point guard if you can't hit a 15-footer in the NBA. You can't be the starting point guard if they can't respect your jump shot. Mm-hmm. You can't run pick and roll with your big man. Mm-hmm. You can't. And throughout the season, I don't know if you realized it, but Joel Embiid became more and more of a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, I did. I saw that.
I saw it.
He's always jack threes.
Which means that in certain games it was like almost exclusive that he was shooting 3-pointers, which means that the coach has no control over what these guys are doing out there on the court.
Okay, but do we trust Doc? Again, we just said this earlier. Doc, when he has super talented teams, they don't get along. So do we trust Doc to manage the personalities?
You make a really good point. You make a really good point because when Austin Rivers and Chris Paul, when all of those guys were there in the Clippers, there was a rift because they felt like Austin Rivers was getting preferential treatment.
Right.
Then there was a rift with Blake Griffin and Chris Paul because of some other stuff. So there's always a lot of mitchiness on this team. I get that. And then this last time there was this whole thing with Mike and Patrick Beverly with how Paul George and Kawhi are being treated and so forth and so on. And again, it's kind of like I don't understand it. Like we all millionaires,
right?
My check may be larger than your check, but there's a reason why my check is larger than your check. And you shouldn't be focused on whether you're allowing me to miss the bus or holding the bus up or the plane or whatever. If you feel that way, get your game up.
Right.
So that you can command that. Get your game up. Stop focusing on what I'm doing. Get your game up and stop with all of this. It's like middle school girls. Like he's my friend. Or everybody's talking to him and they're not talking to me. It's like ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, don't step into KD land because he didn't like that at Golden State. He did not feel like he was part of the team.
Oh God!
He's still talking about Draymond calling him a bitch. He's still talking.
You know why? That's because
let's not even get into that, please. We've been on the NBA for about almost an hour and a half. We got to keep it moving and whatnot.
Yes,
so let's do that. We're gonna go in a different lane right now. In the lane of boxing tomorrow night on I think it's what is that? Premier Boxing.
Yeah.
Pay-per-view. Okay. The preview of the Errol Spence. Yes, it is Premier. Errol Spence going against Danny Garcia for the unified welterweight championship. And this is where Spence makes his return from his injuries that he suffered during a horrific car crash. I got to tell you, I don't know. I'm thinking about this. I do want to say Spence, and I'm actually going to say Spence should win this. But according to Danny Garcia, he referred to the fight Spence had against Sean Porter that there was some weaknesses that Porter exposed, especially regarding his defense. So he really believes that he can kind of further expose those weaknesses that Porter had shown against Spence, and that it could lead to a Danny Garcia victory. You understand? Because he's got that power in that left hand. He's talking about his knockout power, which Garcia has. And I'm not even a big fan of Danny Garcia. Mac knows this.
That's my dude.
Whatever.
You know, I like Swift.
Yeah, whatever.
And I like his father.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. But anyway, with that being said, I'm going to take Spence, but I think that Spence should be very guarded and try to improve upon those quote unquote weaknesses against because Danny Garcia, as much as I don't like him, I have to admit he is dangerous. You understand? He's a dangerous guy. I can give him that. I'll give him much more than a puncher's chance. You understand? So it could be, to me, percentage wise, 65-35. You know what I'm saying? For Spence.
I think Danny's gonna lose, and you know I'm a Swift fan.
Mm-hmm.
Like Carl just said, he's not gonna put pressure on Spence like Porter does.
Okay.
Porter just makes the fight ugly, and he puts a lot of pressure on you. Danny is more of a counter puncher.
Okay.
Yep.
Is he gonna step behind his jab? Is he gonna come and go to the body with Spence? Is he gonna take the punishment that Spence doles out? Because Spence is I think stronger than Danny. Danny's a hard puncher, but I don't think he's as strong as he does. He doesn't punch as hard as Errol Spence. I don't think he's ready to be hit like that.
Okay.
And I think it'll go decision.
Mm-hmm.
Danny won't disappoint. It'll be a good fight. It'll be a bit of a chess match because Danny is a smart fighter. But I picked Errol Spence by decision.
Right.
Close.
Well, if it's anything like how our brother just made a comment in the chat room, called Bristol, Danny don't start fighting until the 5th or 6th rounds. That's going to be an issue. And that's going to be an issue. That's going to be the 8 ball against him. You understand?
If he lets Errol dictate the fight, as Carl is saying, and Errol gets a lead, he's going to lose.
Exactly. That's the obvious no-brainer. Go ahead, Bishop.
Mac, you make a very good point, and you took the words out of my mouth.
Which one?
Danny Garcia is sort of like a tactician. He's not going to come in there and he's not going to throw everything. He's not going to give reckless abandon.
Right.
Yes, Porter came in and he took a lot of punishment to give out his punishment, but
right.
he didn't have any power behind the shots. And Spence was willing to trade with him because guess what? You can't hurt me. I felt the most of your power, and you're only getting weak as the rounds go on. So the fight, do I look great doing it? No, I don't. I know you can't hurt me. You're not going to beat me. You're not going to beat me. And that's the bottom line. Spence, to me, is way too big and way too strong for Garcia. Right. And Danny Garcia is not the type of fighter that's going to go in there and make it like dirty, like take it. And in order for him to beat him, he's going to have to go in there and like take it. Now, that being said, I got Spence in the decision convincingly, and I want him to fight Crawford and stop the nonsense. Fight Crawford. Get his licks. Get that and be done with it, because it's like this mincing and holding the belt. When you know this dude, he's calling you out, and I got it why you don't want to fight him, because you don't want to get involved in that matrix. That's just like something you don't want to get in. I got it, but stop avoiding him and take the fight.
It's not avoiding him. It's more that he with Aram, I'm here.
Motion, right?
And most people don't like Aram. Go ahead, Chandler. I'm sorry.
Is this his first fight since the accident?
Yes, it is.
I'm taking Garcia by decision.
I can't blame you. I'm
gonna tell you why. Because I think the reason that's on Spence's side that he took this fight is because he knows Garcia is not really going to get in there and really mix it up with him. And that tells me that you want to see how your body's going to respond. Listen, I've been in multiple car accidents. It's hard coming back from sometimes just having your body take some any kind of punishment after that. You have to figure out how your body's going to respond. Going through surgeries, things like that. You don't know how your body's going to respond.
True.
And I think because of that he may be looking at this not a walkover, but this isn't going to be as tough a fight for me as fighting somebody else would be. And I think that gives Garcia an advantage. I really do. I think it's going to go to the distance, but I think, and it won't be no convincing decision, but I think Garcia gets the decision in this one.
Somehow, Chandler, I knew you was going to say that. I really knew you was going to say that. You understand?
They're not going to.
And I actually can agree. You understand on what you just said. I'm still picking Spence, but you know what I'm saying. But I do dig what you just said. You know what I mean? For sure.
They're not going to give it to him because Spence is the star, and although Danny is a big name, Spence is the superstar.
That's true. Good. I'm sorry. Good, Bishop.
No, I'm saying, how old is Spence?
28.
And what happened to him in the car accident?
Oh, he had a bunch of injuries.
Yeah, he had multiple injuries, if I'm not mistaken. I know.
He broke bones.
Yes.
Spence is 30.
Yeah.
Oh, Spence is 30. Okay.
Yeah, it was a bad car accident.
Danny is 32.
Yeah. Danny's about 31, 32, something like that.
Yeah, we talking about the car flipping over multiple times and whatnot.
I'm saying he wouldn't be in the ring if he wasn't ready. And again, Danny Garcia to me he's always been a tactical fighter. Like he's never been one to go in there and like mix it up and get his face all messed up or whatever. He's never been one of those guys to get in there and do that. The fights that I watched him that he really excelled at, it was like he countered and he took advantage of people's mistakes. He got people to make mistakes and he took advantage of that. But he never really like overwhelmed anybody. And Errol Spence is one of those type of guys, one of those type of fighters. Like he got that mean streak and you got to take it. You got to take it. You got to take it.
Vicious.
I understand that, Bishop. But what I'm saying though is, if you factor in the accident, if you factor in the pandemic, if you factor in that he hasn't because 2020 has just been that type of year. How much has he actually been able to really spar? How long? When was he fully recovered? Versus he was just trying to recover, so he was working out. It's a lot of things that go into when you coming back from a really bad accident. Where your life was in jeopardy at certain points, and now you're trying to work your way back. And again, I think he took this fight because, just like you said, Garcia is not somebody that's going to inflict a lot of punishment. But if I look at it that way, then how much is Spence trying to just work himself back into? Okay, I'm getting back in the ring with a guy who I know is not really going to hurt me. But that guy can outpoint you. That guy can outpoint you even if he can't hurt you.
Chandler, that's not true about Danny. Danny is a tactician. Danny will hurt you.
He can't hurt you.
Right.
He will. It's just the way he methodically fights.
Right.
Hey, can I get in real quick?
Oh, yeah. Hey, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's up, brother?
Jay?
All right. It's a dangerous fight for Errol. It's dangerous because, and I'm going to tell you this, Danny's a tough fighter. He's a great counterpuncher. He's going to expose weaknesses. He's going to get his punches in. But you got to remember, he's got a chip on his shoulder, too.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He got a huge chip on his shoulder because when he fought Thurman, that could have gone either way. I think it could have been a draw. I think it could have been Danny.
Okay.
So he really felt something about that. Also with Porter, he felt like he kind of got jerked as well. So you got to understand, he's got a chip on his shoulder. Errol Spence is coming off this injury. We don't know really the severity of the injury because they just said he had some facial lacerations. And we don't really know everything. And, if Danny Garcia won, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, of course, Errol Spence is the favorite, but I could see Danny definitely taking it. I could, but then again, getting back to what you said, I think, Mark, he's supposed to fight Crawford. So it's kind of like, are they going to give it to Danny? Unless he really comes.
Unless he knocks him out.
Yeah. Either he knocks him out or he really shows something where he just totally dominates him. I don't see that happening. He's going to dominate him, but Danny's a dangerous fighter, and he does have power too. And I think he has more power than Porter. So, but we'll see what happens, man. I wouldn't be surprised if Danny wins this fight.
Okay. Appreciate the comment, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Spence has a lot to prove. Also, prove that he's
No
not
doubt.
injured anymore.
No doubt.
he does.
He wants, like he was saying before, it's strap season. He wants the strap with Crawford, but the politics of boxing is gonna probably prevent us from actually getting that fight when we want that fight, which is those two in their prime.
We may see Porter. I think we may see Porter and Crawford before that.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah,
so I can see Porter kiss some canvas.
That's supposed to be.
I don't want to see Porter demolished. I don't want to see him demolished. That would be cruel and unusual punishment.
But apparently he's the mandatory right now.
Wow.
Like Terrence Crawford would be toying with that dude for maybe like 6-7 rounds just to see what he made out of before he breaks him down and demolishes him.
Right.
And changes his whole perspective on life. Dudes don't leave those fights. I'm telling you, dudes don't leave fights with Crawford the same. They don't leave fights the same. They're not the same fighter after they get in that ring with.
You're right.
And I think now would be a great time for the two of them to fight because Crawford's manager he's hemorrhaging money, so they need the money. And I think the issue with making a fight was who gets more of the purse.
Right.
And so now he has an incentive.
Right.
To make this fight because they need the money.
But I'm saying
let me ask y'all this. Who's the A side? Who's the A side? Crawford or Porter? Crawford or Spence? Who's the A side?
What you mean A side?
Is an A and B in every fight. Jay, you know that. Who's the A side?
Bud.
Really?
All day.
Well, right.
What?
Who has the most belts?
Doesn't matter. That don't matter.
Exactly.
That don't matter.
I think they have to do a 50-50 split.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to. That's been
it's too hard. It's too hard to call who's the A side between the two.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to figure out. It's gonna have to be more important for Crawford to demolish this dude, take his belts. That's where you're going to have to get the satisfaction. It's not going to be the financial. Even though you are going to make money. You are going to make money, but it's not going to be like the lion's share that you think that you deserve.
Yeah. Well, you know what? They have to make concessions. Somebody has to give up something so that it equals out.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. They're looking right now at, because it was supposed to be Pacquiao, Crawford.
Right.
But the mandatory right now as we speak is Porter. So I think what they're trying to do is Crawford's going to show how quick he could beat or how bad he could beat Porter. Worse than what Spence did. Well, Spence didn't really beat him like that anyway. But they're going to show he's going to do that, and then they're going to get it on eventually, I guess. I don't know. But they're saying that the mandatory right now is Porter, and they just need to make it happen.
Who did Crawford fought the last fight? The Mexican dude, right?
Crawford? No, he fought Brook.
Yeah, Kell Brook. Yeah. Exactly.
Kell Brook a couple weeks ago.
Kell Brook. Right.
He fought Kell Brook. Right. He fought Kell Brook. It's just to stay busy. Kell Brook is. I wouldn't say that he's better than Crawford, but I mean he's better than Porter. But
no, he's not. Not at this stage.
Oh, no.
Kell Brook is shot.
I'm saying like to equate the two, it's like it's not gonna be much.
You cracking up, or?
Did you think about that punch?
He said Kell Brook gets shot.
He said what?
Yo, hold on for a second. My brother called.
I'm sorry, Bishop.
Oh.
I cut your flow off.
And what else is doing? And call your mic is live, bro.
What up?
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
How y'all doing? How's everybody doing?
Everything is suavemente, brother.
Yeah. Look, Yeah, I'm good. I'm great. Y'all had me. Y'all had me like the girl that trying to jump double dutch to get in. I was sitting there waiting my turn.
But you waving your arms.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's hilarious, man. I see you in the chat room though, brother. I see you doing your thing. You know, I'm loving all the commentary that you putting out there and whatnot. That's why myself and Mac, we put it up there, you know, to show the public and also, you know, the people that's in on this chat at the time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But I wanted to jump in on the whole fight thing. All you guys had excellent observations, but Bob Arum is the problem. This fight is not getting made because Bud signed with the wrong people.
Yeah.
Top ranked jerks, all they black fighters.
Absolutely.
Go to their webpage. They got like 2 fighters, Bud and somebody else. Damn. And then what they do is they use ESPN like the GOP uses Fox. Yeah. They smear all these other fighters, and what they do is they keep all of their fighters fighting each other. Look at Pacquiao. Why you think that? See, people try to say Floyd was ducking Manny. Floyd wasn't ducking Manny. Arum was the problem. Yep. And then when then Floyd told Manny straight up, "Yo, if you leave Arum, me and you don't resign with him." He told him, "I'll give you 25 million for the fight. That means you don't even got to pay Arum. You know what, Manny, you know, some of us are slaves." He's like, "No." And he resigned. And then they still didn't fight for another 2 or 3 years. And this is what's happening to Bud because, you know, it's just messed up that it's that way. But you know what? All the fights at welter are with PBC.
Yep.
Right.
You know, and here's the other thing. Porter is the mandatory for Bud, right? So here's what Bud can do. Stop trash mouthing Spence. And you know what you do? Take that fight and whip Porter's ass. And then you know what you're gonna do? That get you one more fight out of the contract. Right. Instead of he and hawing and then fighting everybody. Because I'll be honest with you, when you compare the resumes, who's Bud really fought? When you compare him to Spence has fought the top welterweights. Like, you know, think about it like this. Thurman's still out there. He can fight Keith Thurman. But it's just like everybody keeps wanting to chase Spence. And you guys made some excellent. I wanted to kind of weigh in on the fight. I'm getting long-winded here on the fight that's coming up. Danny Garcia is a good fighter. Now, the only thing that kind of levels the playing field here is because Errol had that car accident.
Right.
And we wouldn't even be talking about Danny probably even having a chance if Errol hadn't been out for so long and had, you know, and this is his first fight after, you know, the car accident. So, you know, don't be surprised, man. You know, I don't see Spence feeling like he needs Bud like Bud needs him because Errol is naturally bigger. He's naturally bigger than welter. Don't be surprised if Canelo's on deck.
Wow.
You know,
well, and then you know what, Carl, I had an interesting dialogue with a dude on Twitter. And he was saying that Errol was ducking Canelo, and I'm like, no, he not. I said, you know, they made comments, but that fight isn't realistic because Canelo's blown up to he fighting at 175 now.
Canelo, they would meet like in 160 something because you got to realize. Listen to Errol talk in interviews. Errol says he don't like to have too much time off between fights because he blows up. Right. So you got to figure if he's fighting at 147, that means he's making the weight. He probably is naturally like a middleweight. Right. Yeah, 160. But here's the thing. When you got your homeboys and guys in your stable and you got it on lock, we ain't going to all be in the same division. The Charlos are his boys. So the big brothers at 160, the other brothers at 154. So he going to stay making so he going to stay making 147 while those cats are there. And and I bet you those are the fights for Canelo. Canelo could actually cash out fighting one of the Charlos or both of them and Errol.
But he moved up. I wonder why.
And see, Bud is, and listen, I love Bud Crawford as a fighter, but you know what? It's just you signed with the wrong dude, and now you gotta wait this out And there's ways to get around it. Either you got to be like, look, if I can't get Spence, you know what? Think about it like this. Start beating up everybody that's around him. Right. And guess what? The pressure's going. You know what I'm saying? Like if he beat up Porter and then beat up Thurman,
that should be it. Because he has 2 more fights. Yeah, he has 2 more fights for his contract.
If he beats up Porter, it's not really
not an if. I think he'll beat him up, like you said.
If he destroys him like he's capable of. That wouldn't really be. It's like, okay, well, you beat him like a pinata. So what? He wasn't in your class anyway. He wasn't in your class, right?
I would disagree because Porter's tough, man. And think about it. Who stopped Porter? Who stopped him?
But you talking about Bud though?
Yeah, I'm talking about Bud. So if Bud fought him, I'd be cool with that. I'd even be cool with Bud fighting Thurman. I don't want Bud to fight Pacquiao. I don't want to see him beat Manny up.
No. I do.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'd like to see him beat Manny up, but I mean, that ain't really nothing to claim.
Right.
No, listen, Manny needs to take his 75-year-old ass, go retire, be a senator, play basketball.
Hold on.
Get out of boxing.
Hold on, though. My thing isn't this Crawford just 2 more fights?
I think it's 2 more.
It's 2 more fights.
Listen, he should have never. You were already with Aaron. You should have never re-signed with him.
Right.
That was a chance to leave.
That was the mistake. Matt.
Hey, you know what's unfortunate too? Shakur Stevenson is going to go through the same shit.
Yep, nailed it. And that's Chandler, right?
Brother.
No, that's Jay.
Jay, you nailed it because that's exactly what's going to happen.
He's a problem, but he's not even going to get an opportunity to do anything if he stays with Bozo.
Exactly.
You know why they're gonna dedicate all their time to Teofimo Lopez?
Who's Shakur with?
Shakur with top
rank. Exactly. You don't even know that. You look on the website. He's all the way at the bottom.
Matter of fact, he's the other black fighter. Remember, I said there was 2.
Exactly.
And so maybe African dudes in there as well, but I don't.
So Shakur's at what 130?
Nah, Shakur's not that heavy. I think he's either at lightweight or junior lightweight.
I think it's lightweight.
So if he's lightweight, he's at 135.
130. I'm sorry, 135.
Okay.
135 is
135.
He may be trying to come up.
Teofimo and Lomo are at what?
They at the lower weight. Like they fought at lightweight. And what's the other brother? Who's a lighter weight guy? Who's Gary Russell Jr.
No, young guy.
Devin Haney.
Oh, Haney, yeah, Haney. But Haney, Ryan Garcia.
No, it's a brother. But anyway, my point is that at 130 at those weights, it's a lot of fights we can see. Like I love Teofimo.
Yeah.
But it's the top ranked though thing, Mac.
Yeah, I know.
Teofimo is a top ranked fighter, right? And you know what he's doing? He's running around now talking about he want $5 million, he want this. And see, here's the whole thing. I know you beat Lomo, but here's the thing. They do the top rank does the same thing. Like say me and you are top ranked fighters, and me, you and R. They're gonna keep us fighting people, beating everybody else, and then when it's down to the end, when they ain't got no choice but to have us fight each other,
right?
That's the way. That's what Aaron does. He's gonna milk his commodity to the end. Right, so Lopez is talking all this smack because he know that Aaron's gonna keep pushing these dudes up in front of him. But then you're gonna talk about Haney and Tank Davis, but you ain't gonna fight him.
Right.
No.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to wolf. But then it's like, okay, let's get it on. And then he's going to ask for an astronomical price, just like Bud did when he priced himself out against Thurman. And he would have beat Thurman.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Listen, Thurman.
Yeah.
And they got hyping him up too.
But I'm saying, was that Bud or was that Top Rank?
Well, you know what? It's kind of in between the two because it might be because Bud looks really unhappy with Top Rank. And I think what it is Aaron also, you got to realize that's that old white guy stuff. Aaron always feel like he got to be driving a car, the bus or whatever. Right. So he'll bargain from a position of weakness. But then, like, think about it. You guys said something about the fight being 50-50. I think it is 50-50, down the middle, even split. You got two welters in their prime. get it on 50-50. But you know what? You ain't gonna be able to negotiate because Aaron gonna be sitting up there talking about, well, my guy is this and my guy is that. Yep. You know, no.
Right.
You too busy ganking your guy. Like you ain't even doing nothing in his best interest.
Aaron the one? Wasn't he crying about a month or 2 months ago about how much money Bud?
Yeah, how you saying that with your fighter right there? Like, yo, I lost this much money, and then I ain't got money to promote him, and now they trying to put it on.
And I would have slapped his old ass.
Yeah, they try to make it sound like Bud don't get out there, and Bud don't do the social media. You know what? Bud got a lot of dog. Media. Bud got a lot of dog in him. Like I'm gonna kick your ass type of dog in him, and he ain't one of those dudes. I'm gonna be up there hobnobbing and socializing because he get at people like announcers when they say stuff. He get at them. So my thing is, y'all gotta understand who you dealing with. So if you putting the people in front of him and he knocking them out or he beating them, you know what? That's gonna speak for itself.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
You know,
and that's your job as a promoter.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
You're the one that promotes it. You give the money. You do all the shit, and then your fighter does the rest of the work. That's how
Look how Bob Arum did on Manny.
Right.
Manny left him, but he sort of didn't leave him because he still does business with Bob Arum. Why, Manny?
Because he's an idiot. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Because he's an indentured slave. Bob Arum. That's why.
And he's from a third world country, so it's a little different.
There you go.
It's too bad Terrence's last name ain't like Crotches, because then he'd be all in on him. It's Crawford.
Yo, hold on for a second. Let me. I'm still gonna stay in the boxing lane, but we gotta get this one in, man. We gotta get this one in. Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
You said we were going to talk about boxing. Is that what you did?
I didn't say that. Maybe I'm guilty of that. My bad.
Is that what I just understood?
Yes. You did hear and understood correctly.
Let's preface it this way. It was an exhibition.
There you go.
It was an exhibition. Okay. And shout out to Snoop Dogg. Shout out to Snoop Dogg for his commentary. Let me tell you something, gentlemen. This guy had me literally crying on the floor. Okay, during that Nate Robert, I was on the floor crying. No, seriously, I was like turning different colors. I couldn't stop laughing. Couldn't stop.
My
crying.
bad. I couldn't text you back, but I was watching it.
But didn't Nate get caught? Was Nate doing Jim Cotta? What the fuck was he doing, man?
I don't know what the hell Nate was doing.
Nate fought like a 8-year-old schoolgirl.
Nate watched Bloodsport and came to the ring.
I want Chandler. Hold on, guys. I want Chandler to because me and Chandler talked about this before the show, and I want you to express your views, brother, because this is the time.
Let me say this. I don't know how many of y'all have boxed, but if you have boxed, the first time you got in the ring, how much did you actually remember to do right? You couldn't breathe. You wasn't breathing right. Yeah. You wasn't doing nothing right. Once the throw started, the very first time you got in the doggone ring, you ain't do nothing right.
Nope.
Nate trained for 3 months. Okay, and anybody that trains even a little bit, they ain't hitting you back when you training. All right, they're not hitting you back. You get in the ring, somebody hits you back. Man, I done forgot how to breathe. I'm just swinging from the heel. I'm doing everything wrong. He fought against the dude who actually fought before, and he got caught. That's what was supposed to happen. What bothers me about it is how people are acting like after 3 months of training, when he ain't never boxed in his damn life, that wasn't supposed to happen. That he wasn't supposed to get stretched out. But he was supposed to. But the joke. But see, the thing that bothers me again is a lot of the people that are running off the mouth aren't willing to stand there and get hit in the face.
That's
okay, they're not willing to put on some gloves. But you want to make fun of somebody else. Let me tell you something. Put on some gloves. Let somebody punch you in the face. Let me see how you start swinging.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Chandler, and I feel you on that.
More waking up, Chandler.
Exactly.
But if Homeboy would have got caught by Nate, we would be laughing at him too.
But Mac, that's the difference with experience, though, because the way Nate came out there, you see how wide Nate's hands was and how he was swinging, and even though, like you said, if he would have caught him, but he never would have, because homeboy was moving and he just closed, and then Nate was so wide open and he just closed on him, and that was it. You know,
and homeboy is feeling himself a little because he say he want Conor McGregor.
Actually, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Hey,
he want to get stretched too.
I because after 3 months, he was not ready, obviously, to do anything. He should have had a couple fights, like real amateur fights. You can't just go pro and be like, "Yo, I'm ready for this thing."
What was an exhibition? It all was an exhibition.
No, that wasn't an exhibition.
First, you got to look at it. The ring was mad small. The ring was mad small, so it wasn't even like he could dip and move and fake and get out the way.
Nah,
it was all like leather.
No, but that's not it. I mean, listen, there was no angles. Not to cut you off, but nobody had any angles in that fight at all. Like both fighters. You know, boxing is about footwork. 90% is footwork. And I didn't see any footwork other than coming forward and, and running into somebody. That's all. So all dude did was step. He just saw him coming in and boom, he hit him with the same shot twice. And I blame Nate's camp because he was not ready to fight anybody.
No.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. The ring was small and there was no way for him, unless you're a seasoned fighter, there was no way for you to navigate in that ring to like get him up off you. The dude just came straight forward and was like throwing shots, and it wasn't like Nate was trying to grab him.
Right. Let me add something. I'm sorry, Bishop. Let me add something. I'm going to say something, and I need for you guys to tell me what you think of what I'm going to say. I think a lot of the backlash and the jokes that came from his loss, this is just me personally, is the fact that it was a black man going against a white guy. I'm just saying. I don't know. You don't have to agree. You do not have to agree at all.
That's part of it.
But I have to bring it up.
But wasn't he talking shit?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
I don't know if he was talking or not.
I thought
a lot of it was jealousy. A lot of it was jealousy with Nate, because if you think about it, Nate was a legitimate two-sport athlete.
Exactly.
He could have been in the NFL.
Right.
And he's talented enough. If you look, Nate probably, if he had a couple of years younger and he really put some real work into it, maybe he could box kind of legitimately, You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying no professional window type, nothing like that, but he probably would be good at it because he's a natural athlete.
Right.
A lot of the people that's taking shots at him took shots at him. He was in the NBA. Oh, you only 5'3". Yeah, but he won a dunk contest. He lasted in the league longer than you.
Right.
Oh, he was a scholarship football player. Played more football than you. A lot of it, to me, there's been a lot of jealousy towards Nate over the years because as a little dude, he's had to kind of toot his own horn to kind of get noticed. Because people keep looking at him like, oh, what are you going to do? That is the supremely gifted, athletically young man. I mean, he's still younger than me, so I can say young man. He ain't the 30s. He's a young man. That's where I think a lot of it stems from, bro. I think a lot of it is jealousy when people look at the physical gift that this kid has, and you're like, damn, you trying another sport?
It was a celebrity. It was a celebrity event, and he got knocked out. So
that's in a nutshell.
Black, white, yellow, green. It was a celebrity event, and I didn't even know what a YouTuber was. I had to ask one of my nephews what a YouTuber is, because I didn't even know what it was. I'm like, yo, what is a YouTuber? And then they explained to me what it was, and I'm like, so this dude makes money by posting on the internet, videos stuff on the internet. So it's kind of like, I think that's the butt of the joke, but it's gonna be short lived because, I mean, how much enjoyment can you get picking on a little guy? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that dude
because he was bigger than Nate, right?
Yeah. So. And he had strength too. I'm not gonna lie, but if you hit somebody flush with a lot of strength,
they're going down.
They're going down.
He walked right into it. Right into it.
I think Chandler was saying, and I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, but I think Chandler was saying the fact that it really wasn't a punch; it was more of an elbow.
Nah, it was a punch.
No, he caught him with the shoulder. If you look at the replay, he did hit him, but when he followed through, Nate kept coming forward, and Nate caught his head on the shoulder. That's when he got stretched. Now maybe he was just falling forward, but if you look at after the punch, Nate's head clearly hits his shoulder, and then he goes down and it's lights out. So maybe.
And like Chandler said, you know what? He actually was walking into the punches, which was crazy too. Yeah. You know, he was walking straight into him. Like it was kind of like, you know, his hands was down and he was that combination, anybody gets stretched. You know?
Absolutely.
I just wish it was Drake that got stretched.
That would have been different. I'd have laughed at that.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now the actual main event, though, man, between Tyson and well, I mean, you're rubbing your head. I understand. I get it.
Roy lost.
Do y'all think Mike did Roy a solid by not hitting him in the head?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Because I was gonna say once he tap him one time, that's gonna be it. Because Roy stroke his chin thinking and fall out.
Mike toned it down after the second round. Mike toned it down because he came out like
he toned it down. If you look, Roy Jones after the first round, he was spent anyway.
Yeah,
he was done.
Roy wanted to go home.
And Roy shouldn't be fighting in Europe anymore. He shouldn't be taking them fights in Russia.
Mac, you never lying, because you would never know when he was still doing HBO was still doing boxing and he'd be there with Kellerman. They would never say anything, but he would just say got beat up the night before, and then he's at the fight, and you like, wait a minute, is this like old video? And they'd be like, that's last night, and then he's sitting there with Max Kellerman, and they don't even say anything about him getting stretched the night before.
Right.
You know, like, come on, man.
There was more grunting and huffing and puffing in that fight than anything else in both of those guys. It was like a retired cab driver and an old auto mechanic slugging it out.
But Bishop, what do you expect from 250-year-old men?
Exactly.
The event shouldn't have happened at all. Mike Tyson,
let's all date ourselves. Does anybody remember an old Sands commercial, an old Sands casino commercial with the two old men fighting?
Yep.
And one of them was doing the bolo punch and the other one was doing the shuffle?
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
I thought I'd never see that on pay-per-view.
I think Snoop is starting boxing thing for older guys.
No.
Let me finish though. Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield said they want some of Tyson.
Yeah.
Right.
Why?
Sure.
Because it's all for charity.
Right.
That's the thing with you know what? We can say a lot about the stupidity that Mike has done in his life. As a young guy, he was a clown. He
was a clown, but he still was a good person.
I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm not saying he wasn't, but he was a clown. Right. If you look at his life now, he's comfortable in his own skin.
Yeah.
Right.
Finally,
he's grown as a human being. And what he said after the fight, I love. He said, "Listen," he said, "as long as we doing it for charity, I'll keep doing it." He said, "I ain't trying to do this for money. I'm trying to do this to help somebody else."
Right.
So I don't have a problem with him doing this with Holyfield or Lennox Lewis or whoever, because the end result is something positive. And 20 years ago, let's be honest, how many of us would have ever thought Mike Tyson would be doing something to help somebody else?
No, sir. No, sir. If you want to do something for charity, sponsor a young people event. I don't want to see you out there looking like rock'em sock'em robots. Do something else. Promote some younger fighters.
That's hilarious.
But like this whole thing, I mean, like how many times did Roy Jones say Pensacola, Florida? They didn't even ask him. Like they asked him a question. They asked him a question about what he thought about the fight, and he answered Pensacola, Florida, and Pensacola.
All I know,
he thought that's where he was.
remember the second? Y'all remember the second time Roy got knocked out?
Yeah.
I was waiting for that moment because my one of my best friends, she called me It happened again. No, I was waiting for that call with Mike.
Wow. Can I just say something? What I really hated about this pay-per-view event,
which you didn't pay for.
Yeah, of course I don't pay. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, they can know. It's legal. I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm not hiding no secrets now. You know
Send me a link.
I'll send you a link. I'm paying $15 a month.
Ours the stream master.
That's it. You already know.
I just got the block TV, so that
public service announcement: the views and opinions of the do not represent In the Paint or any of its affiliates.
Just come after me. Just come after me. Exactly. No, but let me just tell you what I hated about this pay-per-view event. And this is just random. Why am I trying to stay up 3.5 hours trying to watch this shit? You got rappers coming on, and I'm like, it was so unnecessary. I'm like, come on, y'all, this is ridiculous. Almost 4 hours for that damn thing. That should annoy the hell out of me.
You enjoyed it.
Hey, Rod, I would stay up. Oh, I would stay up if the rappers was fighting like they did back in the day at the Armory. Like when Freddie Fox used to be knocking people out. So all these dudes beef now, and then I'll be like, listen, if y'all really want to solve this and make some numbers, go on pay-per-view and hash it out. Y'all would earn numbers.
Right. Here's the thing.
Throw the gloves on.
Fat Joe said he was offered money. He said it was fake a few times to fight 50 Cent.
Nah.
But he never did it. And I'm like, but Fat Joe, you be talking mad greasy.
Yeah, 50 was a fighter though. 50 was
no. Let me finish. How you was you mad greasy in the streets. You done threw the hands with people because there were no cameras around.
Yeah.
You ain't want to get in the ring with 50 because there'd be a judge and a ref, and 50 might wax your ass.
Right, for sure.
You said Mike?
Yeah, in a boxing match.
In a boxing match.
50 would put him on his ass. 50 was going to be pro. He was like so close to being pro.
Right.
The whole event was ridiculous. Badu could be ashamed of himself. He beating up on an Afghan vet who got PTSD and just standing there getting pounded on. It's like, dude, you're a professional fighter. Like, why are you beating up a vet with PTSD? Right. Like, he just letting you hit him in his head. He not doing anything to defend himself. Like, somebody stop him.
Please. Yo, let me do some moving on. I'm getting the lane to NFL real quick. This is something I really wanted to talk about. With them being the only undefeated team in the NFL, why aren't the Pittsburgh Steelers considered the best team in the NFL?
What color are their uniforms?
Black.
What's that again?
What color is their coach?
Black.
Oh.
Listen, Tomlin does not get the. I don't think he gets the respect that he should. I mean, I give the Steelers as an organization, they're consistent, meaning they don't go through a whole bunch of coaching changes. But listen, Tomlin's teams are always competitive. And that's why these other teams are always chasing the grail, because you know what it is? You have that bum schedule one year, right? And then you look better than you are. And then you start thinking you this, that, and the other. Then you start paying these players. You do this, you play in a tougher schedule. Then you stink again and you fire the coach. And it's these cycles. And I just think consistency speaks volumes. You have a program, you do things a certain way, and it shows up. Now, I just think he doesn't get the respect that he should. We all know why that is. And then you get all these other cats that get recycled. Like like that Kingsbury cat. Like, you know what? He had a losing record in college. And he gets an NFL job. Yep. Now Belichick got his son running around the sideline. He'll probably be coaching in 3 years or 3 years. And then all these cats that are on the sideline, they get this easy pass to coach. And then you wind up with Matt Patricia, Josh McDaniels, all these clowns that was in their right lane in the first place as coordinators are going to get somebody water, and becoming head coaches and sitting franchises back 5-6 years. But you know what? sports are a microcosm of the world anyway, or the country. So they want us to go backwards. So that's why that happens. I'm gonna end on that note.
Well, I feel what you're saying, Cole. But you know what? Here's the thing, though. Let's factor in, and I'm disregarding. I'm talking about this particular season that's going on in the NFL. Let's keep it real. The fact is, the Pittsburgh Steelers have either the second, and I do believe it's the second or third easiest schedule. Okay, this year. Also, their defense. First of all, they're not really a consistent team. In the first quarter alone, you can look at the stats of Ben Roethlisberger. His first quarter stats are much different than his fourth quarter stats. The fourth quarter stats are ridiculous. You understand? If there's a close game, they manage to pull it out and they win. You understand? But there hasn't been maybe one, maybe two, and I'm being very nice with that, where they had a convincing win, and that was against the Browns this year.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other game, it's been tightly contested. They've had to rely on the last quarter, you know what I'm saying, maybe the third, fourth quarters to pull out the win. You understand? So I can see why. Yes.
W is the W.
Yeah. Oh, they play the NFC least. So those are 4 wins right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it goes back to what I'm saying about the easiness of the schedule.
But do you think that the Steelers throw the record out, right? Let's say AFC. Do you think they're the third best team or the fourth best team? I don't think they're the best team by far. I mean, I know they're undefeated, but I don't think they're the best team in the AFC.
Right. Second best.
I can say second, third best. Yeah.
Maybe would anybody say third?
Second.
No.
Okay. I say second, third.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you calling them third, who's second? Because you got Kansas City and you got Pittsburgh and you got everybody else.
Tennessee.
Listen, Tennessee's not the second best team in the league because at the end of the day.
Oh, you said league. I
AFC. We said AFC. I did say AFC.
In the AFC, Tennessee's not the second best team in the AFC. That's Pittsburgh. But the thing with Pittsburgh is really simple. They have looked. Now, listen, going undefeated, even as long as they have, you got to get a little lucky. There's luck involved. The Miami Dolphins, the season they went undefeated, they didn't blow everybody out. They had games that they scraped by. But because Kansas City has looked so dominant in their games, and you look at Pittsburgh, and honestly, they should have lost both games to the Ravens. They almost lost to the Cowboys with a dude named Ben DiNucci. Okay? A guy named Ben DiNucci was a quarterback. He's never going to quarterback again in the NFL. They almost lost that game. And if you listen to Tomlin, he's not happy. He hasn't been happy with one game this season. That tells you something about the team. That tells you that he realizes that they've been scraping by. Ben Roethlisberger is having his worst statistical season of his career. His passing yardage, he's making the shortest throws he's ever made. Because remember, he's coming off that elbow surgery. So the yards per pass is the lowest it's ever been. They're getting by on their defense. At a certain point, you're going to need your quarterback to win a game for you. And I think Tomlin knows that Roethlisberger can't win them a game.
Yeah, because when you look at the receiving corps actually are pretty good. Like, they should be more explosive. And Ben can't get the ball down the field.
Nope.
Earlier in the season, he could. Early in the season, he was making plays with those, longer plays with those receivers.
But also too, you got to factor in. See, the thing is, it also depends on who you start to play. So they've just been good enough to beat everybody and lucky. Right. But against somebody like Kansas City, they're gonna have to hope their defense can slow Kansas City down enough, and also be able to put some points up. And the reason why I put Tennessee in the mix because I look at the way the Steelers' offense can sputter. So that doesn't mean they're a given. Like, Tennessee's defense is not great, but Pittsburgh's offense can play down to the level of whomever they're playing, or they're just that bad. They're really relying on the defense. So if they say they meet up with Tennessee and they can't stop Derrick Henry,
it's a wrap.
Well, you know what? You talked about the defense or whatnot, and you guys are saying it's a good defense. No, it's not. It's not a good defense like that. It's not. If you really look at it statistically and whatnot, they give up the big plays. Let's keep it real. They really do. If you watch the team, and no, it's not it's true. They give up big plays. You understand? In which the game is close again. You know, and that's just what it is. They're not. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a funny numbers type of thing, rankings type of thing.
I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying because I've seen games where they were up, like you thinking about to blow somebody out, and then the next thing you look up and they're winning by like a field goal, and you like, what happened?
There you go.
Yeah. I totally know what you're saying.
You know, I feel you. The defense is a top 5 defense, though.
I mean, it's a top 5 defense, but here's the thing: it's like the situational.
Right, I got you.
In any other season, in any other season, if they weren't doing the playoffs the way they're doing them, I would say the best thing that could happen to them would be to lose a game, because then it would get the players' attention and they would see what Tomlin's talking about. But because they can't afford to lose a game, because if they lose a game, Kansas City's getting that only bye. Remember, only one team is getting the bye now. Because it's nonsense with them trying to have 75 teams in the damn playoffs. Everybody get a playoff. You get a playoff bid. You'll get a playoff berth. You'll get a playoff berth.
Right.
Chandler, the only team I could see them losing to is Buffalo.
Oh, they're going to smoke Buffalo.
They play Washington, then they play Buffalo, then they play Cincinnati, and they play Indianapolis, and they play Cleveland. They play Buffalo in Buffalo.
But Mac, the way R said that they've been playing, they'll give away a couple of those games.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. That schedule on paper, it looks like they should stomp a mud hole through it. But the way that they've been playing, don't even be surprised if they lose 2 games down the stretch.
They could lose to Cleveland.
2 or 3.
Washington. I think they lose to Washington. I think they beat Buffalo, but lose to Washington because the one thing Washington can do, they can get after the quarterback.
Right. Okay. Right. And that running back,
picks.
Right. And that young running back, he's been playing well.
Yeah.
And Washington's been playing well.
Yep. And they got Alex Smith, who never turns the ball over because all he does is check it down. So you know what I'm saying? Washington might kick 5 field goals and beat Pittsburgh.
I gotta get back to what Carl was saying about Tomlin not being respected. Last year, I know I was saying that he should leave, right? R, we were having those discussions because they were 8-8 last year, and throughout his career, he's been 8-8 3 times, and he's never had a losing season in 13 years.
Yep.
So he's been a damn good coach, and like Carl said, Pittsburgh, since they win so much, they've never been drafted in the top 5, top 10, or the top 3 like other organizations who stay drafting in the top 5.
Yep.
Jets.
And they pick good players. Their scouting department is excellent because they get good players, and they don't spend a lot of money because they don't chase free agents.
That's part of why they can get away with not giving Tomlin credit, because what they do is they give the organization credit, but they don't give him credit. Listen, he won 8 games with a dude named Duck Dodgers or some shit as his quarterback. All right, he had Duck Dodgers at quarterback, whatever the dude's name was. All right, so I know they were calling him Duck, so I'm just gonna say Duck Dodgers. That was his quarterback for like half the season, and he still won 8 games. He doesn't get credit.
Running backs too.
He doesn't get credit for. They'll say, well, the Pittsburgh organization, you know what I'm saying? And yes, it is. And yes, they do a great job scouting, but somebody has to coach these guys they drafted in the second round and turn them into Pro Bowlers. Somebody has to coach these guys. Somebody has to coach them and develop them. Well, that's Tomlin.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
It's just, and I agree, he doesn't get the credit that he should get. He's never gotten the credit. And I don't think he ever will.
Right.
To be honest, because one of the things that bothers me when they talk about him, I love to listen to him talk. That's that backhanded ass compliment of you sound so intelligent.
Right.
That's that backhanded coded shit that I hate.
Yeah. And he I like when he first became coach, he said he wasn't going to change certain things on the defense that the previous regime had because of the players, because he was a cover 2 guy, 3-4 guy, and they ran a 4-3. So He said, "Why would I change anything? That's y'all been good at that. Why would I change that?"
Mm-hmm.
But that's about coach, and that's great, man. That's a good coach.
Adapting.
Yep.
And you got guys who they want to stick. You know, you're gonna do it this way instead of his strengths are this and his weaknesses are this. So we're gonna pair it to where his weaknesses aren't visible. And some guys just don't do that.
Nope.
I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that most people consider greatness when you win championships. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they don't look at what you have to work with.
Yep.
Someone like Tomlin is that kind of guy where he's like, all right, I got this guy, like Duck Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? I got whoever on my bench, and I'm gonna rock out with them, and we're gonna do what we need to do. And like someone else said, they're always competitive.
Right.
Yeah, because you couldn't tell me last year they weren't headed for that losing season when Ben got hurt.
Yep.
Right.
And then Duck saved the day.
Word. Everybody counted him out.
Yeah.
So,
that's great.
You're right. He's never going to get the credit that he deserves.
Should he get coach of the year this year?
Yeah, he should have been coach of the year last year. But yeah, he should be. Actually, he should be. I mean, who else you going to give it to? If you look at the teams around the league, honestly, tell me somebody who's doing a better job than Tomlin.
Reed, and that's it. And that's just because Kansas City is so good.
That's because he has on the
team.
What
about the Bills coach?
But Reed is not a great coach.
I'm still not sold on Buffalo. Honestly, I'm not sold on that coach. I'm just not sold on him. I like the talent on the team, but Buffalo's doing what they should be doing in the AFC East.
Exactly.
Right.
You got a depleted New England.
Weak.
Right. You know, you got the Jets. You got the Dolphins, where you got the coach screwing around with the rookie quarterback because apparently Brian Flores is now feeling himself, so he's going to keep jerking Tua around. Listen, if you didn't want to start the kid, you should have started.
Right.
All right. Now, I know that came from ownership, but then you should have stood your ground like, listen, it's either him or me. So you know what would have happened. Brian Flores would be out the door, but that's a whole other conversation. But you screwing with this kid. Don't screw with this kid. If you're going to start him, you can't be pulling him, well, we needed a spark. Well, what the hell happens the next time y'all get in a jam?
I'm gonna pull him again because
I don't trust Miami because I already see nonsense going on, which means Stephen Ross is putting shit in the game again. And he's a terrible owner anyway. So Buffalo's doing what they were supposed to do. So why would I give you something for doing what you're supposed to do? That's like, hey, I took the garbage out. I won an award. Well, you're supposed to take the damn garbage out. That's your job.
but
hold on. Give me 1 second. I just gotta tell you guys, I gotta break out with Max because I'm gonna take y'all into the next couple topics and whatnot. So it's been a pleasure. I want to say thanks to all you guys for your support and calling in and stuff like that, and people in the chat room. Peace out from our
stay up, brother.
All right, yo. Peace out, guys.
All right.
Peace, bro. I'll holler at you.
But as you mentioned about Flores, though, isn't that the same scenario? That guy got them cats playing.
Yeah.
And now you guys gonna come up and mess around with what he's doing. Like you don't really trust him. He's shown you what he's about. And now you still don't trust him to give him the reins to coach his team as he sees fit. Like that's his decision to make as coach if Tua or Fitzpatrick is gonna play.
Right.
Because the Dolphins have been balling. They've been playing. They were competitive last year when they were losing. So now you see that he's got something. But that also lets you know how we talk about how they view certain coaches.
Right.
He's still like, you're still going to do what we tell you to do.
Yep.
Any success is going to be what we did.
Right.
Yeah. Which is why I don't trust Miami, because listen, anybody who watched him last year knows damn well there was no way he wanted to start Tua in the 5th game of the damn season against the LA Rams. Now, the defense won that game for them. That's a hell of a game plan. But there's no way in hell any coach in his right mind would want to start a rookie quarterback against Aaron Donald. Okay?
Yep.
That came from management. Okay? Because they were jealous of the fact that Justin Herbert is looking good in spite of Anthony Lynn. And I love Anthony Lynn. Anthony Lynn got to go. I'm sorry. He got to go.
Me Me and Carl was texting about him.
Listen, you know I'm an Anthony Lynn guy. I was glad he got the job, but dude,
I like him also.
Every year he's been there, I think 4 years. They've lost more one-score games in those 4 years than anybody in the NFL.
He makes head-scratching moves.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I heard Herm Edwards gave him a watch. That's why he has so much problems with the time, with the clock and stuff like that.
hey, leave my Herm alone.
You know he's genuine.
True,
you know he's Genuine's dad, right?
All I know is Anthony Lynn is screwing up, but it's, I don't know. Brian Flores, I think, is going to be a good coach in spite of Miami. I think though that I think he's going to wind up having to go somewhere else, somewhere where they're going to let him actually coach.
But do you think? Do you think? See, that's the issue though, because he has a nice run here in Miami, right? And then it ends badly because they play their games. Do you think somebody else is going to give him an opportunity? See, that's the thing that kind of gets me. Like, Tomlin will just because of his resume.
Right.
But Flores has coached now, you figure head coach 3 years. Right. And to me, he's shown that he's got the chops. Yeah. He has what it takes. But say Miami let him go this year. I don't see nobody. I don't see anybody rehiring him. Right. Like somebody's going to want him to be an assistant, which sucks.
No,
right.
I
agree.
It's sort of like.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's sort of like what's going on with Raheem Morris in Atlanta. He had a job in Tampa Bay. He had some success, and then he got sandbagged by one of his assistants, and they fired him.
Dirk Cutter, yeah. But here's the difference, though.
Who ain't shit. And now Raheem Morris got Atlanta playing well.
Right. And he's not going to get that job either, by the way, because the owner already said, he claims he was saying it facetiously, but basically he said the only way he was going to be in consideration for the job was if they went 11-0. If they went undefeated the rest of the season. So keep that in mind. But the reason I think Brian Flores will get another shot is because Belichick is going to tell someone to hire him.
Then that's a good thing.
One thing Belichick does do, he gets his people jobs. Okay? He gets his people jobs. So somebody will hire Brian Flores because, listen, Matt Patricia only got that job was because Bill Belichick told the Lions to hire him. Hey,
not only that. Good way to segue because that's the next topic. Bob Quinn was a New England guy, and hey, you keep it in the family. Bob Quinn, by the way, he got fired also. His record 31-43, as he took over in 2016, and he sandbagged Jim Caldwell. Matt Patricia is an idiot. He is a moron. And he deserved to get fired with his 13-29 record in 3 years. I was reading reports that the Detroit players, the locker room is ecstatic that he's gone.
Yeah.
Former players are ecstatic that he's gone.
Yep.
And he thought he was smart. He thought he was smarter than everybody. And he was going to come and do Bill Belichick. Be yourself, Matt. You're not Bill Belichick.
You know what's crazy is everybody keeps talking about Mike Vrabel. Oh, he's a Belichick. Mike Vrabel never worked for Bill Belichick.
Right.
Mike Vrabel was never a Belichick assistant.
Right.
The reason he never was, Belichick wouldn't even hire him, which is why Vrabel wound up coaching at other places. That's why he likes to beat Belichick, because Belichick wouldn't hire him on his staff. So I just wish people would stop claiming Vrabel as a Belichick assistant. He's not from the Belichick tree. He is not from the Belichick tree.
Yeah, he just played for New England, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can see the saltiness when they play because he's Belichick's thrown him shade a few times.
Yep.
Yeah. Had to go in Detroit.
Yeah, well, Detroit, I need to, you know what? If I'm Detroit, I call Louis Riddick and I say, listen,
GM,
how much do you want? You come and run this operation top to bottom. Whatever you say goes. You hire who you want. You run it the way you want. But I bring Louis Riddick up in there.
You on fire tonight because he shouldn't even be on there. He should be insulted
he shouldn't be on TV.
He should be insulted being on TV with them two clowns he's on TV with.
Yeah,
because I'd be like, yo, listen, just put the rest of them. You know how the weather person wear green, and if there's the green screen, you can't see them. Just tell them to wear green suits so you can't see them, and let Louis stand up there by himself. Because yo, seriously, he knows the game, and his name is it's just crazy how his name always comes up and he just don't get there. Like it's in, in consideration. And I'm like, you hear the dude talk, he knows the game.
And when he talks, he speaks facts.
Yep.
Knows the game.
Yep.
And
he get them the right coach. Detroit, it's crazy when Jim Caldwell got the job, Detroit had a really good defense.
Mm-hmm.
They had Megatron, and they had the quarterback, and they did all right. Quinn comes in, and for whatever he said, he wanted to win meaningful games and win. And you ain't win no meaningful games with Matt Patricia. Actually, team stinks.
Yep.
With the same players.
Well, you saw Slay tweeted. You saw Slay tweeted from Philly. Oh, I was the problem.
Yep. Yep. How do you alienate a Pro Bowl cornerback who locks down one side of the field? How do you do that?
That's a really good question. And the thing, it's just, Detroit has been able to get out of their own way in forever. Okay. But what I find interesting is that they have managed to consistently pick either the wrong coach or the wrong GM.
Yep. Time after time.
Since, what's his name? Who's the coach for Barry Sanders?
Oh, Wayne Fonts or whatever his name is.
Since Wayne Fonts.
And you know, we knew him. We would have known him as Fontes, but he was Fonts when he got hired as coach.
Yeah.
Yo, Fontes, come here. It's Fonts. No, it's Fontes.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Chandler.
No, but it's. I mean, they got to do something in Detroit because that is now. If people talk cornerstone franchises, Detroit is one of the original franchises of football.
Yep.
They used to be good at one point. Yeah, during those times.
Yeah, you can't keep allowing them to be clowns. You can't.
And be national clowns once a year. Like you already know when Thanksgiving come, they just get mashed.
Yep.
They won when Gary Danielson was their quarterback on Thanksgiving, and they was like 3-13 back then.
Man, I remember what's his name? Eric, what's his face? Couldn't win it. Who was it?
Was it quarterback Kramer?
Yeah, Yeah, there you go. Couldn't win any other time, but damn it, he would throw 400 yards on damn Thanksgiving.
Yep. And it's crazy. They had cornerstone offensive players retire while they in their prime. Megatron's like, I can't do this no more.
Same thing Barry did.
Barry
I'm done.
I can't do this no more.
Yep. So that should let you know something, right? And then think about this, and I'll be honest. Stafford is the best probably one of their top 2 or 3 quarterbacks that they've had.
Yeah,
and they've just wasted all of his years.
Right. Yep. I've read reports where they say he might be traded, and I'm like, he's not a bad quarterback. He's a good quarterback. And I saw some other reports where they said they should bring back Jim Caldwell, and Jim Caldwell said when he got to Detroit, similar as Mike Tomlin, he said, okay, y'all do this, that, and that, but I do this. I'm not going to change any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the players in the locker room said he was well respected.
Yeah. But Caldwell's going to stay in college because he has Illinois as a good program. Right. Think about that. Why would you leave if you win 5 or 6, 7 games at Illinois, you make a Pro Bowl? Jim Caldwell can stay there till he dies if he wants.
Yeah.
And I'm crazy. I'm not a Jim Caldwell fan. Just never was, but I know he's a good coach.
Right.
And
I mean, didn't he get wasn't he the one in Chicago that went to the Super Bowl with freaking
no, that
was Lovie Smith. That's Lovie Smith.
Wasn't he on the staff though? Wasn't he the offense coordinator?
He was on Dungy's staff in Indy.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on Dungy's staff in Indy, you know.
And Dungy left and he was there.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah. I'm gonna circle back though, y'all. I'll be wishing for Anthony Lynn. Like, who's that black umpire that was terrible? I think his name is Eric Gregg. And there's another one now named CB Buckner.
CB Buckner.
He's terrible. Mm-hmm. And I be sitting up there, I be proud that it's a brother up there, and then I just be like, damn, bro, you are horrible. And I feel that way with Lynn. I'll be pulling for this dude, and I'm looking now because now you got the cornerstone. Because I was telling everybody that at my job that was Giant fans, when I saw Herbert play at Oregon, I think Oregon State, and I was like, yo, the Giants need to just wait for him next year. And then they end up taking Daniel Jones, and then because they were saying Herbert might come out, and he didn't.
Right.
And now you look at him, he came out, and it's crazy because he's performing, and people keep saying, why are the Chargers not winning games? And it's because of Lynn.
It's because of coaching.
He's probably going to get fired after this year.
He has to. The first game of the year, I forget who they were playing. I think they were playing
the Bengals, Cincinnati.
No, that first game.
Yeah, the first game of the year was against Cincinnati, in Cincinnati.
Okay, then it was the game against, I want to say San Francisco, maybe second or third game.
Mm-hmm.
They were winning, going into halftime. No, it was a game against Tampa Bay. They had the lead, few seconds left, get ready to go into halftime. Instead of just clocking the ball, doing a quick kneel down, they try running play. Fumble the ball, Tampa Bay scores at the half, they wind up losing the game. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? And the thing is, and you know what? Now see, Anthony Lynn won't ever get another job.
No.
But he should get one because hopefully he will learn from it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Look at Belichick. Belichick after Cleveland, you think he wouldn't have got no other job. But he did. You know?
Yeah. He hates the New York Jets.
I know.
He hates them with a passion.
I don't know what did the Johnson family do to him?
I don't know, but it's like he don't even mention them. Like I know I think he got a book out where he just like, yo, I'm thankful I'm in a better place.
Yeah. He said the best decision he ever made was quitting as the head coach of the Jets after one day.
One day, yep, and just like wrote it on a slip of paper, like nothing formal, like I'm out, you know. So Mac, man, we talk about the Jets. I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. Now if the Jets run the table, you know Gase can't do nothing right, so maybe they will slip up and win one or two. But you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. So if they run the table. Mm-hmm. And they try to take that quarterback, the Lawrence kid.
Right.
Watch them trade Darnold, and he goes somewhere and play ball.
Yeah, he will.
He probably will.
Well, it depends on where he goes. See, the thing with Darnold, which I never wanted them to draft Darnold because I watched him at USC. Darnold is a walking interception. He's Mark Sanchez with more ability in the sense that if you ask him to pass you to a win, it's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. If you send him to a coach like, let's say, New England, who's going to say, listen, this is how we're going to play. This is what you're going to do. If you send him to a team that doesn't ask him to win the game with his arm, he will do very well. If he goes to a team that lets him throw 35 times a game, he's not going to be in the league much longer.
And you know what's so weird about that too? Because what I noticed too when he was out, and I'm looking at the receiver. So the Jets receiving core is not bad. That kid Mims is looking really good, and he got Crowder. And I was like, how come when Darnold play, he can't push the ball downfield like that? Flacco was back there, and just flinging it, even though he's terrible too. But at least could get it down there and take shots.
Well, that's always been Flacco's best attribute is that he could throw the ball downfield. He can't throw the intermediate pass. He can't throw the short passes.
But you can't have all that talent at wide out, and then these dudes, everybody got 50 yards because you can't throw the ball, down the field.
And look at the Adam Gase effect. You didn't want to keep y'all didn't want to keep Robbie Anderson because y'all thought he was too pricey. You should have gave him the 10, 11, maybe 12 million a year that Carolina gave him. And look at the year he's having. He's going to catch 90 balls this year.
Who was the GM when Ryan was there? He kept pairing away the team. Was it Idzik or something like that?
That was
Idzik. Yeah. Yep. So you wonder if Gase found like the Idzik balance sheet or something, because it's like, yo, we ain't signing nobody. We ain't paying this. We ain't paying that. But everybody that you can find off the scrap heap, you'll bring in. But then in the indictment of you, they all play like dynamite when they get away from you.
Right. Right.
Well, Joe Douglas, I think me and Matt talked about at the beginning of the season that Joe Douglas was going to sandbag Gase.
Yeah,
because the owner is in love with him. So Joe Douglas set him up to fail. He didn't sign anybody. He brought in trash. So now Adam Gase, the offensive guru, coach him up. Adam Gase can't coach anybody up. So now you're able to get rid of Gase because the owner can't keep him. But the problem with the Jets is, honestly, the best quarterback that's coming out in this draft is not Trevor Lawrence, and it's not the kid from Ohio State. It's a kid named Trey Lance. He's going to be the best quarterback in that draft.
Now let me ask you this: the kid you talking about, right? Mm-hmm. See, this is what bugs me out when I always talk about people with football, right? Because football is truly a team game. Like, here's the thing: you guys, I could be a lockdown cornerback, but guess what? If my line can't put any pressure on the quarterback at all, that means I got to cover that dude all over the parking lot. Eventually he's gonna get away from me. Yep. So would you think of, and see, this is why I talk about having personnel people and football people, not just recycling these same clowns. Now, see, you've looked at this kid and you like this kid. The Jets are gonna have a high pick. Can you imagine the haul the Jets would get if they say, look, we've identified this kid. Everybody going to be all over the Clemson kid and everybody else. We can trade down and get players and picks and still get the kid we want. But you know what? They just going to take they just going to take that dude.
Yeah, they won't do it. And that would be you could trade down probably down to 10. Trey Lance may not go
in the first
before
round.
50. I think he lasts at least 15.
But think about how many times they can trade down and what they could get. Like, say if it's a team right behind them and wants to trade up, and what they're gonna give them, and then you could trade down again.
you could probably trade back to number 8, still get Trey Lance, and get a bunch of draft picks,
and
pick some and players, and probably some guys, that can play right now.
Right.
And fellas, Douglas has been accumulating draft picks, which I'll give him that. And the Jets have money because he didn't spend no money this year, and they'll have more money next year because he's gonna get rid of these bums.
I think Idzik still got the money, bro. There ain't no money there.
Yo, last topic. Why are New York Giants fans ecstatic over a 4-7 team tied for first in the NFC least?
Because they're going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
And they can talk about how Judge took them to a division championship his first year as the coach.
I hate New York. I hate New York sports Twitter because they get so happy. They real happy right now.
Yeah. Well, if you listen, the Giants, honestly, everybody expected them and the Jets to fight for the number 1 pick. Right. And it turns out that they're actually a competitive team. I mean, I'm not a Giants fan. They're a competitive team. They have gotten better as the season is going along. They figured out a way to get Daniel Jones to stop turning the damn ball over. And they're starting to win games that are close. So if you're a Giants fan, you have every reason in the world to be optimistic. Every reason in the world.
Right.
Because if they're doing this with this basically trash team, imagine what will happen if they get some players.
But do you think part of it is the trash division though?
Yo,
like the thing is, yeah, they're playing better, but you can see the progression. But then also you're 4-7, but the rest of the division is trash, and the division wasn't trash. What would they be, like 2-9?
Probably. But if they get better and the rest of the division stays the same, which it will, because the Dallas is still going to be Dallas.
Yeah,
they're going to mess around and let Dak Prescott go.
Oh, Philly is crashing and burning.
Right. So the only team they really have to deal with is Washington. And anybody who says they trust Ron Rivera has been paying attention. Ron Rivera wins when he's not supposed to. He never wins when he's supposed to.
This is true.
If you look this season, they went to the Super Bowl. Nobody expected Carolina to do anything really. They didn't expect them to win those. To go to
they
the
went
Super
on
Bowl
a crazy
run.
And
but then the next
they were like 15-1 that year, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But the next couple of seasons, when everybody expected them to do well, how did they do? Not so well.
Nothing. And the other thing with Rivera, now that you mentioned that, and see, here's the thing that gets me. Now, how do you come in and you guys drafted the court? You know, I know he didn't draft Haskins, but how you do the kid dirty like that? Like, you're not a good team.
No, because Rivera's a piece of crap. Ron Rivera's a piece of crap.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says. He's a piece of crap.
Yeah. And now, you know, and I look at Haskins and I sit up there and be like, okay, first of all, you go from starting, and then all of a sudden, you know,
you third string.
Yeah, you third string, and now you're not dressing.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like,
he sandbagged this kid's career. He basically destroyed this kid's career.
Do y'all think if he gets out of Washington, he can go somewhere and salvage his career?
No.
Or is that just because of the way quarterbacks are, that there's always fresh talent being found at the quarterback position?
What fresh talent? All them bums that's backup quarterbacks?
No,
I'm talking about the kids coming out in the draft.
The kids coming out. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, you know, with anything, man, it's just about opportunity and landing in the right situation. And too many, and as you mentioned about coaching, like, it depends on where you go. Like, think about it. A guy like, and I'm going to go way, way back and date myself, folks. A guy like Jim Plunkett would have been out of the league these days.
Yeah.
Because he was with the 49ers and the Patriots when they sucked. Absolutely. Yep. He went from a team that sucked to another team that sucked. And then when you saw him, he looked like people caught him in the parking lot and beat him with bats because he would just get banged up every week. But he had talent. He still had the arm. And guess what? Wound up going to the Raiders, right place. Guess what? You know what we do? We do play action, and you just sling that ball down the field. Won 2 Super Bowls.
Right, I got another name for you. Doug Williams.
Yeah.
Number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
But that's that Redskin-ish, though. That's that Redskin-ish, Mark. That's the first of all, that's the Redskin-ish, and also that's him playing in Tampa. Because Tampa's Tampa. Like, you know Florida, how special they are in Florida. So as the way, remember, people forget, he took the Buccaneers to the NFC Championship game against the Rams.
Right.
And they lost that game like 7-3 or something like that, because they would have played the Steelers instead of the Rams.
Right.
Playing the Steelers. You know, so he would have made it to the Super Bowl before he even, went to Washington.
Got another Buccaneer for you.
Yeah, and
Vinny Testaverde.
What about Vinny?
After he left Tampa Bay, he had good seasons.
That's because the other teams are smart enough to wear white once they realized he was colorblind.
Stupid.
That's the truth.
That's real.
Listen, Dwayne Haskins is not going to get another shot, unfortunately. Young black quarterbacks don't get very many chances. Look how long it took for RG3 to get a job. Look how long it look. Right. Geno Smith has basically been banished. The only reason he got a job is because Pete Carroll will help anybody. If Pete Carroll sees your career is on the road, he's like, come to Seattle.
Good dude.
He's like, come to Seattle. I got you, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep you in the league.
Josh Gordon about to play this in in the last 2 games.
And with some of these backup white quarterbacks, or these guys that have been around for years and they hold a job for 10 years and have thrown 3 passes, you be wondering if they paying them by the interception and fumble. Because you got these guys that, like, this guy's making more money than Cam.
Right. Are you talking about the great Colt McCoy?
Well, Colt McCoy, any insert any name that that's currently a backup quarterback right now in the league. Really? And then the one quarterback that's actually backing up a guy, they put the other guy in, the wishbone guy. They put Taysom Hill in. They only Winston play.
Yeah, that's
right.
And nobody's noticed the fact that Taysom Hill still can't pass. See, and that's the thing that's bothering me with the whole. Now I get it. Sean Payton gave him his word that if he re-signed with them, that he would give him a shot to start.
Right.
So Sean Payton is keeping his word. I don't have a problem with you keeping your word. I understand why you did. You paying this dude $21 million. And the only reason he re-signed with you is because you promised him something. So you keeping your word. I can live with that. But they keep selling us this fable when they talk about the Saints. Oh, Taysom Hill's winning. Dude, that game against Denver, that was terrible offense on both sides. It wasn't just Kendall Hinton, the practice squad wide receiver. That was trash at quarterback. So was Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill threw for 64 yards. That he was doing his best Tebow impersonation. Matter of fact, the ghost of Tebow was probably there in Denver.
He's better off as a receiver or something like that.
Yeah, but
the gadget guy.
Yeah, he is for sure.
But I don't see where Haskins can go next season. If you look at the teams that need quarterbacks, they're gonna draft somebody out of college.
They never give the young black man a chance.
No, where's a fit for him?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If I look at the teams, I look at what Haskins can do.
Right.
Listen, he's got a big arm. He's kind of mobile, but not really. He's a pocket passer.
He's a big body.
He's a pocket passer, and he came out too early.
Yep.
He only started like 12 games in college, so he needs at least 2 years in somebody's system.
Right.
Who's going to give him 2 years?
No one. Because like you said, they're going to draft somebody, and that's a wrap for him.
Can he go to Chicago and get rid of those 2 burgers?
No. Depends on the coach. Now, if you bring him in, now if you go out and get you a stopgap veteran, now let's say Chicago goes and signs Cam Newton for 2 years, right? Bring Cam in on a 2-year deal. You bring Haskins in, you say to Haskins, listen, you're not going to play for the next 2 seasons. You're just going to learn. You're going to get all your reps in practice, all that, but you are not going to step foot on this damn field because we need to coach you up. I could live with that because now you're giving him a fair opportunity to fail. You understand what I'm saying?
Nagy gonna do that?
But they're gonna do 2
They
black.
got to get rid of Nagy.
Nagy got to go. Yeah.
Keyword he said is coaching. So when Nagy's there, it's just gonna be the same thing like Trubisky and Foles.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
But 2 black quarterbacks on one team, I don't know. They may. I don't know. Is that possible?
Exactly. Well, that's the thing is now unless he goes to a Pittsburgh, a Pittsburgh, a New Orleans,
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. If Frank Reich would make up his damn mind,
and Jacksonville should have an opening too.
Yeah, but Jacksonville, they're going to draft. If they get the number 1 pick, they draft in Lawrence. If they get the number 2 pick, they draft in Justin Fields.
Okay.
Because you got to energize that fan base.
Oh,
because you went from being,
Jacksonville fired their GM. Thank God. He was a moron.
Yeah. Now, if Jacksonville's smart, right now through back channels, they're talking to Eric Bieniemy. Eric, we want you to be the coach. You got an idea about GM? We got a couple of names. What you think about working with this guy, working with this guy? Again, another organization. I say I'd be reaching out to Louis Riddick right now. Hey, Louis, check this out, man. How you feel about Eric Bieniemy? We like to bring you and him in. Right. We like to bring y'all in.
But see, you know what? You are talking too smart. Right. What you're saying makes too much sense because you know what it is? It's like Ava DuVernay, like how they see us. These dudes' accomplishments, that's something that makes logical sense and a path. Even the same thing, the thing you mentioned about what the Chicago Bears should do with Cam and Haskins makes sense. That makes total sense to me because Cam can still play. And then and then even if Jacksonville did that, bringing in Riddick and bringing in Bieniemy, but you know what they're gonna do? They can't never wipe their ass clean. They always gonna half wipe it. They're gonna hire some jacked up GM and hire Bieniemy. You know what I'm saying? And then he'll be ready to railroad him or ramrod him out and not give him the opportunity to coach the team. Right. Or if they got Riddick, they ain't gonna give him but so much leash, and he probably just gonna be a GM, like a de facto GM. We still gonna have somebody telling you what we think you should do. They ain't gonna give him the autonomy as a GM to make football moves. So that's just the way that it normally goes down.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead.
At one point, Jacksonville had studs all over their defense.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Offense was good. Fournette was there. They had the big bruising running back.
Yep.
What the fuck happened?
Tom Coughlin and Doug Marrone.
Doug Moron?
Yeah, Tom Coughlin ran most of them off, and Doug Marrone ran the rest of them off. And then you got remember the owner's son got into a social media spat with Yannick Ngakoue.
Yep.
Why are you talking?
You just his son.
You got nothing to do with the only reason you have a title in the organization because your father owns the team. Okay, you was born halfway home, not even on third base. You was born halfway home. So when you hit a damn home run, all right. You don't know nothing about football, but you telling Yannick Ngakoue, you talking shit to Yannick Ngakoue, and then y'all wind up trading him, and you don't even get full value for him.
Everybody they got rid of, they didn't get full value from.
Yeah, look how with Ramsey. Like Ramsey was there, and then you like, yo, I don't even know how to describe yo.
Right.
I was sitting there when I was like, don't hire Marone. I don't even like Jacksonville like that. And I'm like, don't hire Marone. Y'all got talent, don't hire him. Don't hire him.
But that's that failing up thing, man. He showed he couldn't do the job, and they'd be like, that's the guy. Like, I just don't know what they see.
And he was about to come to the Jets, but we got Adam Gase, so Adam Gase is much worse.
Yo, so on par, who take is Gase or Kotite? Who's worse?
Gase.
I'm gonna say Kotite because Kotite not only was he terrible at coaching, he was a prick.
Well,
isn't Gase a new wave prick?
Yeah, that's true.
Here's the thing, though.
He blames everything on everybody else.
Yep.
Right. Rich ain't never do that. He won some games in Philly. He went to the playoffs, I think, twice in Philly. He was a professional coach.
I think they hired him after he lost like his last 6 or 7 games in Philly, and the Jets still hired him. I think that's
right. He
like
did.
That.
He did. It got bad in Philly.
Yeah.
But I think he's a slightly better person than Adam Gase. Adam Gase just won't go away. He's like that turd. You keep flushing and he's still there with his eyes.
Mark, I'm going to say this to you and you're going to bust out laughing. You have to wait, clue everybody else in. Adam Gase would say to you, gentlemen, you're being unreasonable.
That's a little. Clue them in on that little inside joke call.
So Mac worked at the bookstore at Pace University, and they had they had a little bit of everything going on up in the bookstore. And who was the manager? Was his name Bob or something like that? His name was Bob. So Bob, Bob was basically running the ship in the ground. So they came down to fire Bob.
This is what happened. Bob got in a fight with somebody who was partly handicapped. He threw up. He hit the kid with a book because the kid made a mistake, and the kid tried to fight him back, and they were scrapping it out, and corporate came down. We threw Bob under the bus because Bob was an ass.
He was Mr. Bob Dabalina.
Yeah, Bob was also. He was messing around with a student, which he shouldn't have been doing. So he was like, y'all know Bobby up. Y'all check the tapes. Well, I'll be up in the dorms, 10:30, 11 o'clock.
What?
And so when they came, we listening at the door while they, reading him his rights, and he was like, "Gentlemen, you're being unreasonable."
Hey,
because I think they fired him, and I think they took his pension.
Oh
wow,
that's funny shit.
So when Gates get fired, he'll be 0-16, and that's gonna be the line. That's gonna be the tagline. Like you're being unreasonable.
Being unreasonable.
He's unreasonable.
What's the GM name? He said, I brought you here. He said, well, I'm getting you out of here.
Yeah. You know where else they're gonna have an opening? You know where else I would like to see Haskins go?
Where?
Especially if they keep Romeo Crennel, which I think they might do. I wouldn't mind seeing Dwayne Haskins in Houston.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Bill O'Brien is a moron. He's an idiot.
Yeah, but you know what, man? These dudes get that Belichick juice on them, and they think that they can go out in the world and behave a certain way because they come from that tree. And Mike Epps had a Mike Epps had a line like garbage bag juice. That's what they got. They don't have the Belichick juice. And then they go out and behave a certain way. And think about it. Look at Hopkins is one of the best receivers in football, right? Mm-hmm. And Hopkins might have 5 or 6 kids and 3 baby mamas, but you know what? You never hear about him in nothing off the field, and he come to play football. Right. So how you talking to this dude about something in his personal life that's not affecting his play, and he's not having anything off the field happen that you're hearing about him?
Right, and he's not, and he's a good locker room guy.
Yeah, yep. Right. Yeah.
Deshaun Watson was pissed.
Rightfully so.
He said if y'all trade the other receiver, man.
Yeah, but they ain't have to worry about that because Will Fuller went got himself suspended. So
Yeah, but you know what? And you know what happened with Fuller suspended
for what?
PD. But you know what? It's funny that you say that. Maybe you guys need to talk about this one week.
Damn.
How do you guys feel like somebody like Fuller, right? We know Fuller's talented, but guess what? What's his problem been every year? He gets hurt, right?
Yep.
How do you guys feel under supervision? They administer the PEDs, the players, to get them back on the field, that they can heal up quicker.
They already
things
are.
like that. You think they think they do it? It's just not publicized.
Yeah, that's why so many ex-football players have so many health issues. Because here's the thing with a lot of the steroids and then the HGH and all that stuff there, the toll it takes on your body, they don't account for that. So now you got guys who are dying at 50.
Mm-hmm.
Look how many football players are dead before they're 60.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's a good point too, because when you see like it's funny when you see some of these wrestlers older. Like when you see them wrestling when they 30, 40, that dude like 270. And now you see him, he like your size. You be like, yo, dude, you like 201. What happened?
Yeah. And when's the last wrestler that lived to be 70 years old?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right.
Hulk Hogan. He's the only one that's pushing it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
Right.
And Ric Flair looked like he the ghost of Ric Flair. He looked like he about to drop dead at any moment.
He said the ghost of
I don't know. It's I mean, like I said, I don't really give a damn if you're doing PEDs, honestly. That's because that's a choice you're making. Yeah. But I find it interesting that they don't want that they pick and choose who they're suspending for shit.
Yep.
Okay. They pick and choose who they're doing. So
yeah. Carl, I know you mentioned mentioning PEDs. I think it's a league. I forget which league is not going to check for marijuana. It's the NBA. They're not going to check for marijuana.
Yeah, like that's going to end well.
They all smoke anyway.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, though,
Mark.
Mark, here's the problem, and you know this, and I know this. Guys that have substance issues, this is not helpful to them.
Right.
It's not helpful to them.
Right.
Because they'll say, "Oh, well, I can smoke weed, but I won't do the other stuff." Eventually, you're doing the other stuff.
That's true.
But
go ahead.
No, you heard. I don't know if you saw it, but they're decriminalizing marijuana federally.
Right. But if marijuana leads you down the path to everything else,
oh yeah, no doubt.
How is that really helpful for you?
I agree. If you're a substance abuser, you know that's what it's going to be.
Exactly.
Marijuana, alcohol.
So y'all believe that marijuana is the gateway drug?
Yes.
For some people.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I was talking to somebody on Twitter, and they were talking about Oregon. They basically
legalize everything.
If you get caught with any sort of, and it's basically recreational, even if it's an illegal drug,
correct.
It's not a criminal thing. And I said, well, that's great as long as they're going to take that money that they would have spent prosecuting people, and they're putting it into mental health programs and substance abuse programs and things like that. She said, well, yeah, they are. Then I don't have a problem with you decriminalizing it, because that same money that you would pay that DA and the cops and everybody else to arrest that person and incarcerate them, take them to trial, all that stuff, you can then take that money and put it into programs that actually can help people.
Correct. So they don't have They don't have any programs yet.
No, that's what she was saying. They do, but I mean, that's in Oregon though, bro.
Yeah.
What about here in New York?
Right. Well,
you know what I'm saying? If they decriminalize it in New York,
much needed.
We already know New York don't put no money in the damn social programs.
Right.
Not anymore.
So what are you going to do with that money that you're not spending on prosecuting people?
All New York has for that is methadone clinics. We know that.
Yeah.
which is basically
which is
all those
bad.
prosecutors gonna have grow houses.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I'm in upstate New York, and the thruway, right, has been paid for years.
Right.
Yep.
Yet there's still tolls on the thruway.
Yep.
Well, if the tolls were put in to pay for the thruway was already paid for. What the hell are the tolls for?
Right.
Line our pockets.
And remember when the lottery was supposed to that money from the lottery was supposed to go to the schools? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that's how they sold the lottery in New York State? They said we're gonna bring the lottery here and we're gonna use that money for the schools.
Yep.
How'd that work out?
They opened the charter schools. for the only few.
Yeah.
No, and that's the problem. That's a lot of the problem though in New York and a lot of inner cities, is that they're not putting enough resources in the inner city.
Right.
Taking it out of the city.
Is no programs in New York City like
not anymore.
Growing up.
Not anymore.
Growing up, I came up in a lot of different athletic, artistic programs, scholastic programs.
Right. And a lot of it was free.
Right.
Yeah.
That stuff doesn't exist anymore.
No.
It's like PALs are going away.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Dude, you got kids in some states that they won't let graduate because they say, well, you used to owe us because you was eating lunch. We ain't gonna let you graduate because you owe lunch money.
Right. I heard that. Yep.
I'm like, what? The fuck lunch is free. What the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, right. Lunch is supposed to be free, but then the thing is the hustle is they start getting them vendors in and giving them their contracts, and then and that's where because you used to be able to show up to school and get something to eat.
Right.
You know, but now you can't get nothing to eat. You can't get no education. You can't get shit. You just there. Right. And it's like babysitting. You just there. Kids are just there for 6-7 hours a day while their parents work.
Right.
Yep. So I mean, if they decriminalize it, that's all well and good. But instead of having a liquor store in every corner, are we going to have some social service programs in every corner?
Right.
Or are we going to have a grow house? Or now we're going to have a dispensary? We have 8 million dispensaries in the hood, but ain't nobody got nowhere to damn get a book. Yeah,
the dispensaries will definitely be there because, like I said, all the people see what it is when they make a decision to do something, like especially from a state and federal level, like see what this Loeffler chick did and the other dude. They used all that information that they got from the briefings to sell stock.
Yep.
They're going to be out in front of it. So as soon as something is coming down the pipeline, and somebody start buying a space and say all the 4 of us got together and say, yo, we going to get this grow house. We going to find out we can't get no license because all the licenses have been bought up. We had a spot. The spot's bought up, but we'd be like, well, damn, this shit just became legal. How's all this shit bought up already?
Right.
Because they that's how they roll. That's how they roll.
That's what they did in California. Same thing. Mm-hmm. You have a few people of color that actually have any type of, company there or dispensary or something like that. Most of it is just white.
Mm-hmm.
They get paid off this shit, while other brothers are suffering and dying in prisons. 10, 15, 20 years for weed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit is ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
To do that.
Yeah.
The same thing's going to happen right when they pass federally. Absolutely. I agree.
And again, I go back to the kids. It's already kids that see that the weed they smoking now is not the weed that we had when I was growing up.
Correct.
That's what they smoking now. These kids, like, we used to smoke weed, we get the munchies.
Right.
These kids now, they smoke this shit. They don't eat for days.
Right.
Right.
Well, it depends if they smoking that K2.
That loud bullshit. It's that loud bullshit, right?
Everything smells like crazy now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So now we got decriminalized marijuana. Mm-hmm. We got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-olds getting high every day.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's going to end well for them.
I don't mean to laugh, but that's right. Yeah, you said it though.
It's remember on the Wire when they made a free drug zone where you could buy and sell.
When they made Amsterdam. Amsterdam. Yeah.
But no, it's real. I mean, you see it all the time. These kids actually look. I smoked weed when I was younger and everything, and these kids now look dusted out. Remember how motherfuckers used to look dusted, like when they were smoking that Sherm and the PCP and all that crap?
Yeah.
That's how these kids look now. And I'm like, you sure you just smoking weed? What are you smoking? There's so much science into it now, and they putting all these chemicals and shit.
Yeah, they're manufacturing it. So a lot of times, they don't know what they're smoking. And then the other thing is too, like you said, they look dusted because when you look at them, it's somebody that's 15 and you be thinking they like almost close to 30. Like you like, what the heck?
Word. I was like, I know I didn't look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to see cats by the store. They'd be like, yo, you got 50 cents? I'm like, dude, you're like 15, 16. Go get a job. Go collect some cans and bottles or something. I never heard by the store like, yo, you got 50 cents? No, I didn't beg. I was able to go collect bottles and cans, get like $15, $20 to get a few Nick bags at the spot. I mean, that's what we used to do. We didn't have it like that. These kids now just look crazy. I'm like, I don't know what they're on.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I get it with what they're doing with the NBA. I get why they're doing it, but I think there's going to be so many unintended consequences or intended consequences that people aren't thinking about.
Right.
Listen. If we check J.R. Smith for Henny, now he get to smoke his lungs away.
Oh Lord.
Oh my God.
him and the other knucklehead who don't need to smoke weed.
Who?
My man from Syracuse. My man from Syracuse that was on Miami. That was on the Lakers with
Deion Waiters.
Yeah, right? He don't need to smoke.
No.
The one who freaked out over the edibles. Yeah.
Nah, but it's crazy. I remember getting a medical card when I was in California some years ago and walking into some of these dispensaries and you're like 30 different strains of, you're like, what the hell happened to just, Brooklyn Cess and Hydro and some chocolate tie?
And Jay, what are they putting in it though?
I don't know, but they all smell the same to me. They're like, oh, this is Starburst bubble book. I don't even know. And I'm smelling these. I'm like, they all smell the same. They all smell like roach spray.
Yeah, it smells stink.
Yeah.
We didn't used to stink. It had
not like that.
I had uncles who smoked, and they smoked around me.
Yeah.
Weed smelled good to me.
Listen,
well, theirs.
Remember the Halston Z14 cologne?
Right.
That's what the weed used to smell like.
Yeah.
Say word.
That's why everybody wear that shit too.
Oh man.
No, nowadays it smells like straight like a skunk spray or something.
Yep.
I don't even know.
I was walking after work one day, and I work near Times Square, so dude was like, yo, we, I got the loud.
Damn.
And then he sparked up. I was like, bro, that shit stinks.
Mm-hmm.
He did some 80s shit. I wouldn't do that shit now. You never know who's a cop. Shit.
No, I didn't smoke with him.
No. I'm saying for him to even say that, like that's some suspect shit.
And he seemed too thirsty. I'm like,
yeah.
And I don't smoke, so.
But that's some 80s. That's some shit you used to see in the park, Washington Square Park. Motherfuckers smoke. You know. Nowadays, you do that shit. It may be an undercover cop. You never know.
Well, nah, Jay. I see him all the time, so he's always selling. So
I understand, but
he could still be undercover, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
These days, I don't trust nobody when it comes to stuff like that. You got to be like, due diligence, like a motherfucker, man.
I don't know. I don't know about y'all. I could always smell a DT. I always know a DT when I see.
I got another question. Okay, they're going to decriminalize it. What about people on parole or probation?
Well, good question. Well, where are you going with that question, Chiam?
They should vacate those sentences. It's not if you're serving for something that's not a criminal offense. They need to vacate you serving time for it.
Okay. What about the people that are on parole or probation for drug offenses? Right now, you're on probation, right? Mm-hmm. But now they decriminalize marijuana. Now, when you're on probation, you can't drink, you can't smoke, you can't get high. None of that, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if they decriminalize it and I'm on probation because it's something that's no longer legal, why am I still on probation? Can they
expunge it?
That's the question I'm asking is, again, the unintended or intended consequences. You know how many people are on felony probation because of weed?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And how many people are locked up doing 10 plus years for weed?
Right.
Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it because, I mean, they would have to. I would think they would have to expunge. If it's strictly weed, I would think they have to expunge it or vacate something. I mean, something had to give. Right.
Once again, you guys are bringing forth logical points, and we know that they don't think that way. Right, like you know what I'm saying. You guys are making excellent points that are just flat out logical, and it'll be like all that. Like I said, all those dispensaries will be up. It won't be an offense anymore. But guess what? You know, whomever's still lounging in jail for 8 or 9 years and should be out.
Yeah,
right.
Because that was their third offense. When they got caught with whatever they got caught with, right? Mm-hmm. They got caught with an ounce, right? So that's still personal use, ounce personal use. I know a lot of people smoke ounces, okay? So but let's say they was already, 2-time offender. Mm-hmm. That was their third strike, right? But now shouldn't that not be no longer your third strike because that's not illegal anymore?
Right.
Yeah, they would have to consider that, but you got to think about how many people are in New York State alone, right? How many people are serving life sentences for third offense, felony, and drug, a drug conviction.
How many people are in drug court just for marijuana? You know how many people are in drug court for marijuana? You know how much they charge you per month to go to probation? They charge you $35 a month.
Yeah.
You got to pay out your pocket, and you're on probation.
Yep.
Yep. You think they're gonna let that money go?
No.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it. Honestly, but like I said, you look at New York State alone.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to look at the entire country. Then you got to look at the Fed system, right?
Yeah.
How many people in there for some shit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the outgoing president is trying to pardon himself and his family.
He's trying to
know what's crazy?
Pre-pardon.
The pre-pardon, the blanket. Like, hey, they ain't done nothing, and he's sitting up there saying, "Well, they haven't done anything, but I'm pardoning them in case they do something." Like, come on, man.
Like, you can go out and kill somebody, you good. Don't worry about it.
Just go away, man. Go.
All of them need to go away. to prison. That's what the fuck.
Oh, that's why he want to pardon himself, so he don't go to prison.
No,
yeah, but it remains to be seen what Tish James would do, because that federal level pardon, that ain't on a state level. And I'm having a feeling that she might come for them, but it's gonna be some fine bullshit. It ain't gonna be no jail.
Right. No, it's not gonna be jail.
This dude taxes is in disarray.
Yeah.
That's why I ain't never want to show him.
Man, the real reason is because he's really not worth. He doesn't have.
He broke.
He owes money.
Yep.
Yeah.
People.
He ain't trying to pay him.
Yeah, but
that's what a grift is now, though. The grift is now to build up his capital. That's what the grift is now.
Of course.
Because he ain't gonna be able to grift like he's been using the office to grift the whole time.
Right.
And he's gonna lose that once he leaves.
Right.
No, he won't, because they still have to build him a library. Every president gets a library. Every president gets a library.
Well, like KRS said, the library.
Exactly. and you know how to get that. You know how to get that, right? People donate money.
They donate money. Yeah.
And there's enough people to donate. I mean, they donated money for that kid that killed those.
That Rittenhouse dude.
Yeah. $2 million, $2 million to get him out of prison. Get him out of jail.
Yep.
I mean,
they raised it in less than 24 hours, some shit like that.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. It was like he didn't do anything wrong. Yes, he did. He brought he brought a rifle to a state that doesn't have the gun law like that. You know, you transport. That's a federal offense.
And check that out, Jay. Also, his mom's took him.
Right.
And she running around.
Right.
He's a minor.
Right.
Why didn't arrest her?
He's just trying to do good. How you doing good? He's bringing a rifle to another state.
Come on, man. You know how they are in them parts. You doing do God's work, boy.
You're transporting.
But getting back to Trump in the library, the presidential library, is anybody going to tell him that he can't charge people to get in and it doesn't go directly to him?
No.
Absolutely not. Yo, that's real. That's real. We laughing, but that shit is real.
Yeah, he's gonna find a way to make money off of that.
Yep.
Well, I think I placed a bet with somebody. His wife is going to divorce him, and she going to take whatever she can take from him.
Man, she been had her come up, man. Come on, she up there with the broken English, and she first lady. Get out of here. It's all been roses for her, man. So whatever happens with her happens, but life, man, she couldn't have hoped for a better American dream. You came over here straight hooking, and you became the first lady of the United States of America.
Word.
He said straight hooking.
Straight hooking. Yeah, that's real talk.
Well, that's Donald M.O.
Listen, how come when these famous people be really famous, you like Mac? If you tell me about that girl that lost her virginity to you in high school, where that dude that come out and be like, yeah, yo, I knocked her down like when she was 16. You don't never see none of those people come out of the woodwork. They be snatching them up.
They pay them off ahead of time.
Ahead of time,
yeah. And get their NDA signed, and it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but she met that dude. She was working, became the first lady of the United States of America. I mean, because come on, when you look and see all the photos and stuff, you know, she was doing what she was doing, and everybody say, you know, nobody even talk about how she got her green card. She's what's the word they use when somebody have extraordinary skills or they have some type of something to add to the country? She was supposed to have been here on that type of visa or whatever the case is. I mean, get out of here, man.
Extraordinary skills. Yep.
Yeah. Suck a golf ball through a water hose. Yeah, I got you.
Did you see that trick that she could do? Lord, we got to get her in this country.
Yep.
But hey, that'll be just another ex-wife that Trump have, and then there'll be another one waiting in line.
Mm-hmm. Yo, between him and Rudy, they got like 8 exes.
Yeah, he fuck around and married a black that black lawyer chick. Was it Florida? The one that loved him. Shit.
Ooh.
There's a black lawyer chick that love him, that follow him. She got a
loves who? Trump or Rudy?
Trump.
Good Lord.
Yes. Yeah. She's a Yeah, her or the the sisters or whatever, Diamond and Silk.
Oh man. Oh no, bruh. Come on. Now they trying to come back on the other side. They fired us because we black. No, they fired you because you were clowns.
Right. Right.
Hey. just like they fired Stacey Dash after she did what she was supposed to do for him.
Mm-hmm. Now, man, I keep telling you, Spike Lee had that movie Drop Squad. The Drop Squad just need to come get them. We never see them again.
Right.
Just pick them up.
Can they come get Candace Owens?
Look, Candace Owens would be sitting here on my couch talking to me, and you'd see her here, and then you'd be like, "Yo, where Candace going?" I'd be like, "Who?" Like you just act like she never existed. They come, you just see somebody with a bag, snatch her up.
Why?
And gone.
Can I ask y'all a question? Why people always pick the wrong time to want to be super pro black? Now y'all want to ride with Candace against Miley Cyrus' sister because she called her nappy headed.
What happened?
Miley Cyrus's sister called Candace Owens a nappy headed hoe.
That she recycled the Amish thing on her?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. And I'm supposed to have a problem with that because listen, you a clown. You have advocated against me for people who literally want me dead.
Yep.
And now somebody insulted you. I'm supposed to ride for you, man. Miss me with that.
Yep. Yo, our people up there, well, she, her sister was wrong, I'm like, I don't care. It's exactly. Candace.
Candace been wrong. So I don't know, it's like whatever.
I walk by and tell her, hold your head, Candace. Handle that.
She don't care anyway. Candace don't care.
Yo, Candace is an opportunist because it just kills me in the times that we live in, how everything is out there about your history. Right. Yep. And they talk about how she went to Stanford, how she sued.
Right.
And then you out here politicking against the one, you politicking against, you were discriminated against.
Right.
And now you done flipped it. And because it lines your pockets to talk another way. Because listen, unless
she's a political grifter.
Unless half these people are batshit crazy, it's the zeros behind the check as far as why what they saying. Because if they was giving me 25 million, like they give Hannity to say all the crazy shit, I'd probably be up here talking the crazy shit about y'all, and then talk about the show's off at 10. I meet y'all for dinner at 10:30. Don't take none of this personal. I'm just working.
Yo, remember the Boondocks episode with who was it? It was they were parodying. It's a white oh God, I can't think of her name. Oh my God, she was married to a black dude. It was the Boondocks episode. Good God.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is it an actress?
No, one of them commentators people. What the hell is her name? I can't think of her name. She was somebody on Fox. Everybody considered she looked like a man.
Oh, damn. Who's that?
White blonde.
Looks like a man. But anyway, continue, Chandler.
But in the episode, though, right? So she went out there, she said all this nonsense on the air, because she was calling Riley a thug and all this other shit. And they got back to the green room. Her husband name was Jamal. She's like, man, I love me some collard greens. Should I just be saying that shit because they paying me? You know how your girl get down.
Yeah. And that's what it is. It lines them pockets. And then because you hear, and what's so disturbing about it, we hear it and we know it's bullshit. But then it's somebody sitting south of the Mason-Dixon line or up in Wisconsin and Michigan,
right,
that this shit is the gospel. Right. Because it's coming out that idiot box.
Right.
And it's or Florida. Let me not forget Florida, the great state of Florida. But it's just totally bananas when you hear this. And now we live in a world what's crazy. We can lie, and there's tapes from something I said last week, and it's like it don't even count no more.
Right.
Like I could say something that flat out say something different. Right. And then next week say something totally reversing my feel. and nobody, and no one will call me on it.
Fake news. That's why.
That was fake news.
Thank you,
fake
Trump.
News.
Thank you, Trump, for that.
You got all these people who, like the young lady that was in Black Panther. I don't know what she said. I don't really care.
Oh, Letitia Wright?
Letitia Wright. She said whatever she said. I don't really care. She has an opinion. Okay, she's allowed to have an opinion. Right, wrong, or she's allowed to have an opinion. But you guys, people, well, what you said is dangerous. First of all, if you are over the age of 16 and you are taking for gospel something that someone you are never going to meet, you don't know them, you're never going to meet them, and you're taking what they say for gospel simply because they're famous, you're the one that's wrong here, not them.
Right.
You're the one that needs the why are people so concerned? Well, this famous person said this. And I don't give a damn what any athlete says, any politician. Listen, I do my own research. I don't give a damn how many followers you have. I don't care how many shows you've been on. I don't care how many gold records you made. I don't know you. So what you say, that's your opinion. Thank you for your opinion. I'll do my own research. Why is so many people consumed with following? Oh, well, such and such celebrity said it, so it must be true.
Oh, she's facing backlash for criticizing the corona vaccines, and Ronan said that it was Ann Coulter.
There you go, Ann Coulter. There you go. Thank you, Ronan.
That's fun. Yo.
Oh, okay. Ann Coulter on the what you call it, on the show on the Boondocks. That's what it was from. Okay.
Yeah. You got a lot of sheep though. That's the problem. It's like people don't do their own research. You got a lot of dummies in the world. Like honestly, especially in America, there's a lot of dummies here, and they just believe. That's why you have Fox News. That's why you have the CNN. Everybody follows. So if you're on one side of the table, all you hearing is one thing. You're not doing your own research because Fox News said it, and you're a Republican or you're conservative or whatever. You're automatically like, "Yep, that's true. That's exactly what." Same thing on the Democratic side, right? Yeah. If you a liberal or whatever, you watching CNN or whatever, you like, yep, that's true. I mean, it's like if you watch CNN, I watch CNN and I watch Fox and I laugh at both of them, but they're just alternative universes. It's like they're
silos.
Everything. It's crazy. It's crazy when you actually think about it. It's like they're talking about two different. It's the same thing. But it's just two different opinions.
Yeah, it really sometimes becomes like some Earth 1 and Earth 2. Yeah. Like you can't even look at something like we can't even look at something objectively. It's got to be a side.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's what makes it so crazy. Like it used to be you had the news and then the news was the news. But now it's a situation where we don't have the news, we have media outlets.
Correct.
Yep. And the media outlets they're controlling, they're weaponizing information for it to be what they wanted or to fit their narrative. And it's just really you're right. It just really shows you how dumb we are as a nation. Because I tell Mac all the time. Sometimes I just wish that I had a little box where we can just have ghetto TV where we can live stream like all the stuff that they have. Yeah. And because when they do this polling and they go, hey, well, it shows Quinnipiac poll shows that such and such and such and such. And then me and Mac could be in the lower left corner. Well, who the fuck y'all asking? Y'all ain't ask us nothing. I ain't talking to nobody.
But the thing is, they've been weaponizing. Listen, they've been using the media as a propaganda tool going back to Roman times. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you don't know this, that's your fault. Now they've become really obvious about it, but you can go back to the Bugs Bunny cartoons in the 40s, okay? Right. When they basically demonized anybody who was German or Japanese.
Okay? Yep. You see how they drew them? Yep.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So they've been using media as a propaganda arm of the government since the government been here.
Right.
How do people not know this?
Right.
Yeah. And I'll tell you guys this. I am the biggest comic book fan, right? And I love comics, but I realized, guess when all these heroes popped up? When we were having the World War. and they were all fighting the Germans and the Japanese.
Right.
Captain America,
Superman, Captain America. Yep, all of them, all of them. Right. You know, and then it took my time after reading it and liking the characters, but then I got a little older and start putting the history together and the pieces and seeing like, okay, this was created by, you know, a lot of times they were created by Jewish people. Right. And then the characters are made with a narrative. And then the narrative is you're doing this, that, and the other. And then people don't realize, you know what it is in this country. We never want to own up. Like we can always call another country, they have propaganda or they under a dictatorship and things like that. Yep. And I tell anyone, and I have these conversations with a lot of people when we were still at work now, and I don't mind talking to the young white cast and or even the older ones my age and say, you know, you guys always want to talk about this golden age. Your grandfather was in the war and this, that, and the other. I said, hey, did you know? I said, I had an uncle. I said, you know, he was in Vietnam and he had a troop that he was out there for like over a year and he finally got to come home. But they used to tell him, hey, you go with Sergeant Yet if you want to come home. Said he didn't lose anybody. Said when they came back to Alaska, he said all them white dudes that was following him in lockstep, he said they would not even speak to him.
Nope.
Been out in the bush with him for 5 months, 6 months. Yep. And got off the plane. They was back here in America where it's all good. Yo, turn they back to him. Wouldn't even talk to him.
Yep. Yeah.
And then and then also think about the war when the Second World War was fought. Why do you think some brothers stayed in Europe? Why do you think some brothers came back home and was like, fuck this, I'm going back to Europe? Right. Because then you're so-called liberating, you're fighting against fascism, but then you got people here that ain't even considered citizens. Right. And nobody know, and no one notices the hypocrisy. So you always want to talk about that's our greatest time, but no one talks about the hypocrisy of it. Right. Like, how can you say, hey, our nation was doing this was so great, but you know what? We was fucked up at the same time. Yeah.
Listen, that was what they call the greatest age is when if you were a straight white man, life was great. If you were a female, if you were any shade other than white, life was hell. And nobody notices, like you said, nobody notices that that's the time they all point to. When you could beat the hell out of your wife and kids in the middle of damn Times Square and not even get arrested for it. Right. Okay. Yeah. You could treat your family like chattel. Okay. No big deal. That's okay. Do whatever you want. That's what they call the greatest time in this country.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other thing too, what happened after people came back from World War II, they don't understand why the government all of a sudden started raising all those GI bills because you know what happened? Then white dudes was coming back and then white women had been holding it down while they was gone because they was working. Right. And they like, yo, you ain't coming back here telling me what to do. I've been working 3 years while you've been away at war and you want to come around here and tell me and your ass ain't working? You can get out of here with that bullshit. And they said, we got to fix this shit quick. You know what I'm saying? So had all these GI bills, get these guys to work. But guess what? That wasn't for us. That wasn't for our grandfathers or great uncles and stuff like that. You know? So now they didn't went and fought that war and come back and what? It's shit.
Right. Like the brother said in the chat room, he said we had Japanese concentration camps too, all while condemning concentration camps.
Yeah. And also you had the towns that were being built, right, for the so-called veterans. But the white veterans, the black veterans couldn't get a house. In these towns. You know?
And you know what? It was supposed to be against federal law to discriminate. And what they would do is they just wouldn't enforce it. Right. Yes. And that's what people are not understanding, how that shit is like a rollover to everything that's happening now with the police because it's all the same mentality. Yeah, you know what? You wasn't doing shit and I shot you, but I'm a police officer. Right. You know?
Right. The VA home loan used to literally be they would give you a home.
Right. Yeah.
Now it's this thing where they give you this certificate of guarantee. It's not even a loan. It's a certificate of guarantee for $33,000, $33,000 or $36,000. That's it. That's it. Oh, and you don't have to pay some of the upfront costs that are involved with buying a home. Right. So it's not even actually a loan anymore. But they don't tell vets that. Guys are, oh, I'm gonna get that VA loan. No, dude, it's not a loan. All it does is guarantee the lender that they'll get $36,000 if you default on the loan.
Right.
But you still have to meet all the other criteria. So where's the benefit to me really as a vet? Because a lot of vets come back, we have issues acclimating. So credit might not be great, might have a criminal history, which makes it hard to get loans. So how does that help me as a vet? How does that help me have a place to live? It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's funny that you say. It's funny that you say that, Chandler, about coming back and having problems. Cause my uncle, and this is my father's brother, he told me, he said, yo, he had to kind of chill out to himself for almost 2 years,
right,
to get right, to actually be able to move around in society. Because he told me, because most of my family's from Tennessee, so the thing that really blew my mind is he told me, not only did I come back from there, you in there fighting, and these people, they act this way when you come back, but then I come back here, and you still got people that's acting a certain way, and he's like, yo, I can kill you in a second.
Right.
But then he realizes that he's got to be out here in society. So he said they really thought something was wrong with him, because they said he kind of just checked out. For when he says checked out, meaning he just kind of really just kept to himself. Well, he said it was at least 18, 19 months.
Yeah.
And I said, yo, uncle, you had PTSD, bro.
Yeah. Because people don't understand how hard it is to acclimate back to society when you are used to being around people who believe in an ultimate goal, who believe in something bigger than themselves.
Right.
Now, I would stay for assholes, racist, the whole thing. But we all knew that it wasn't about us. It was about, if we don't all do our job, none of us ain't coming home.
Right. Right.
So I'm gonna make sure you come back, and you're gonna make sure I come back. Now, once we get back, I might want to kill you, might want to kill me. That's all well and good.
Right.
But right now, the job is for us to get home. So we can put everything else to the side.
Right.
And do what we need to do to keep each other alive and come back. And then you come back to this civilian society that's built on, I don't want to help you. I don't want to advance either. I'm going to get this job, and I'm going to stay locked in this little job for 30 years. I'm going to shit on everybody I don't want to advance. I don't want to do anything for the greater good. I don't want to make anything better for those around me.
Right.
And I'm dealing with all the shit that I had to deal with in the service.
Right.
It is so hard to be a fucking civilian if you spent significant time in the military. Because the civilian mentality sucks.
Right. Right. And I'm sure it's even worse as a black man too.
Yeah, because now you
got to deal with all the racist bullshit.
You've lost the brothers that you were around, because all y'all from different places.
Right.
Right. Everybody's going through something different. A lot of white guys that you knew, you're not in contact with them because they went back to their lives.
Right.
So now I can't talk to the brothers that I knew growing up because they still out doing dumb shit, and I don't have time for dumb shit right now.
Right.
Right.
Or if I get back out there now, I'm all fucked up, using, drinking, whatever it is. I'm fucking my life up, but yet I'm still separate from you, because even in the midst of me doing all the shit that I'm doing, I'm still on a different mental plane than you. You're still a dumbass.
Right. 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 No, absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You hit it right on the fucking head. But that's why it's funny to me when people feel like, yo, when President Obama was elected, like, oh, there's no racism. Like, I'm like, what? As a white man, I see it every day, right? But I see it from white people that talk behind black people's back. They won't say certain things in front of black people. And I call them out on this shit. But they don't want to have those conversations. That's why it's going to continue in this country.
Yeah, that's why I can't move forward, because you can't. It's like you know how we playing and everybody got their poker face.
Yep.
Nobody want to show their hand.
Nobody.
And think about this. And it's funny. Like, we can apply this to any type of minutia, even in your relationship with your wife or your girl or whatever, or even with your boy you grew up with. If you don't have a certain line of communication, stuff can get lost in translation. It's interpretation, and also however you think, whatever your whatever your blinders are, you just gonna see straight ahead.
Right.
You know, and you're not gonna be open. So like, and now, man, I really try to fashion myself and call myself the constant hypocrite, because you know what? I'll believe in something. But if you show me facts that I need to recalibrate the way that I've looked at something, or how, you know, I've thought it to be, I'm willing to do that, because, you know, it is what it is, because maybe it's some information that wasn't available to me before. Right. But we have a situation now where people just like, they just on the couch and they Archie Bunker. Like, it don't matter what you bring to me or what you say, you know. Fuck a book. You know?
Absolutely. And the number one thing that white people want to say is that I'm not racist.
Right.
That's all they don't want to be considered racist. White people never want to be considered racist.
Right. But they exist in conditions that are overly racist and walk away, you know, and turn their back. It's like, it's not affecting me. So
correct. Because they don't feel, if I'm not explicitly racist, if I don't call a black person an M, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm not racist. But you're implicitly being racist because you're complying with the norm.
Right. Or those. Go ahead, Jim.
The thing with the communication pieces, and I told Mac about this. Well, I was married when I was in the service, and me and wife were having some issues, so we went to a marriage counselor. And he said to me, he said, you know, your wife is asking you for an orange, and you keep giving her apples.
Right.
You'll back a truck of apples, like, hey, have an apple. She said she just wants an orange.
Right.
And it made sense to me, because I realized I wasn't listening to what she said. I was waiting for her to stop talking.
Right.
So I could get my point across. So what I learned from that was to listen without prejudice, which means that I'm going to let you talk. I'm not going to wait until I can jump in and say what I need to say. I'm actually going to fucking listen. Right. And actually hear you, let you complete your thought. Then
you're going to
think about what you said. And then respond. And it's amazing how much better over the years I've gotten along with people by applying that constant, because then you can, somebody will say something again, you talk like in relationships. Now I hear you when you say, well, this and this and this made me feel a certain way. They're not saying I did harm to them. What they're saying is I created a feeling in them.
Right.
You know what? And that's valid, because their feelings are valid. May not be facts, but they're valid. And I have to respect their feeling and then explain to them why I did what I did. And when you do that with people, it's amazing how well you fucking get along. But most people don't want to listen. They just want you to stop talking.
Yeah. Or we talked about boxing earlier. They coming for their counter. Like they you know.
No, absolutely right. That's what people do. And I'm in law. I mean, I'm doing security now, but I've been in litigation for a while. And you know, we did a lot of mediation, dispute resolution, and that's what it is. A lot of people are waiting to get their shine off, you know, get their words out. But you have to listen to what people are saying before, because you're missing a lot. You know, people are thinking about what they're going to say rather than listening to what people are saying to them. And that's what we have. Well, that's what we have right now, but that's what we've been having.
And that's also how you can tell when someone's being disingenuous and they're lying. All you got to do is listen, because they circle back, or they'll totally contradict something they told you 2 sentences ago.
Right.
Like, you know, and a lot of us haven't perfected the art of listening. Correct. You know, and sometimes it kind of bugs me out too, like still being in the corporate environment too, just sometimes with the interactions that I see that white folks have with each other. Like sometimes, you know, talking over each other and saying this and kind of getting loud. And I'm saying, yo, you know, that would have been a fight. You know, where I came up, because we would have just said what we were gonna say, and we would have hashed it out, or we would have disagreed or whatever, but not you got to talk over me and start, you know, talking a certain way, or what I got to say is insignificant.
Right.
You know, that's really almost a fight. You know, not necessarily even just with white folks, with your wife, with your kid, anybody. You know.
I must say, to piggyback off you, right? And I say this all the time. So I grew up predominantly in a white neighborhood. I lived in black neighborhoods as well growing up. But the difference is respect. A lot of white people don't respect each other. They don't care about getting respect or giving respect, period. I mean, I've been in the fights with people about shit, and they're like, why are you getting so upset? Because I want my respect. My respect. You know, they don't understand what that is. They will. They'll say something, you know, out of bounds, and you're like, "What the? Why would you think that would be cool?" You know?
Just that's like Jay. I had a conversation on YouTube,
right,
over the Delroy Lindo take where he was on a TV show where he was sitting with white people, and he was like, "Go ahead, say the N-word. Go ahead, say it. You know you want to say it. Go ahead, say it." So the people in the chat room, or, you know, the YouTube room, white dude was like, well, yeah, you could say it, you know. No, it doesn't mean anything. I'm like, yo, dude, if I bring you to Brooklyn to Founders Day in Brownsville, and you say that, you're gonna get punched in the face.
You get stomped out, probably.
So then he said I was violent. I said, no, that's just the way it is. And you want to say the word, but you know you can't. You know saying a word is wrong.
Yeah, but also, Mac, too, it's about how our whole culture is really a subculture, right? But it permeates everything that really exists globally, because we're style, we're fashion, we're you know, we're totally mimicked. But what they do is they always co-opt it. But when we created this art form called hip hop, in our wildest dreams, we never knew that shit would become a global phenomenon. And what started happening, something that was just for us, and vernacular that was just for us, and words is just for us. It's a character to them. So they don't even look at none of the people as people. They just see the character. And when like, think about it, you might have some white hip hop artists now, that they just came across black folks just because they decided they wanted to rap. They saw somebody on TV and decided that's what I wanted to do. Right. And she could have did whatever else. And then you come into the culture, but you're not mindful or respectful of it. And then what you do is you start appropriating. And then when people started slinging stuff at you and saying stuff, like I remember when she tried to out people about the Becky thing. Oh, it's a slur. It's a slur. And then I want to flip it. I'd love to have a talk show and have Iggy on there. And I'll be, Iggy, how many times white people said fucked up shit and you said something and there was no black people around? Like how many times you heard them saying stuff about black people and you stood up and said, nah, that ain't right. Or you just was like, it's that safe space, and you kept it moving.
Hey, you know? Perfect example. Growing up, I got into hip hop real young, 89, 88, 89, whatever, 90. And people used to call me Wigger.
Wow.
Right? And I'm like, wait a minute. If you call me a Wigger, what are you calling black people?
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, no. Well, what does Wigger mean? And they would say, I said, so you're calling black people the N-word? Is that what you're telling me? And I used to always tell, black, I'm like, I used to get people smacked up all the time because I'm like, look, they call me a Wigger. What do you think Wigger means? They're like, what? Oh, hold on for a second. You call him a Wigger? No, that's not really, we're just saying he's like a wannabe. A wannabe what?
Say the word. As Delroy Lindo said, go ahead, say it.
And they want to say the word to their face, but they would still get smacked up. That's why anything because they already knew, like a lot of black people already knew, like I was about it regardless. I'm for the culture, because I've been down and I always stood up for shit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't the one to be like, oh, I'm just going to do it because this is cool. No, man, I did so much. I used to walk around with Malcolm X hats and the, African medallions because I really felt everything about the culture, period. About Black culture, Black American culture. I took African American studies in college because obviously they didn't give us that in school, in regular school.
But see, so that's cool though, because that's not appropriation. That's actually learning. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't sit down and watch. You didn't sit down and see not Latifah and Ladies First and come outside dressed like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I used to play ball. I used to meet guys all the time in like different camps and different tournaments, and they'd be like, "Yo, where you live? Oh, I live over here. Where you live? Oh, I'm in Brooklyn. Like, oh, we're in Brooklyn. Like, how do I get there? And I take the train and I'll be out there. I'll be the only white person in the hood somewhere. But and that's how I got into hip hop also, because I was partying in the 90s in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, in Queens, in Harlem. I was out there. I was like one of the only white people out there, and I loved it because I was learning what hip hop was really about, how everything came, and understanding the ills and the oppression. Like I didn't necessarily fully understand because obviously I'm not Black, so I'll never understand what it is to be Black, a Black man, woman, anything. But I empathized a lot. I was like, damn, like this is some real shit. And I started listening to the lyrics even more and more. And that it really hit me. I started doing my research and looking
understood it was a movement. Like, cause see, that's what happens. A lot of people are hearing it. Like that same dude that's listening to PE, listening to Public Enemy, but then you be talking about they one of your favorite groups, but then your whole behavior is anti-Black. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you on that. But then see that takes someone that has self-awareness, right? And a lot of us, what's the word I'm looking for? Like when you a lot of us are introspective, right? Like or we'll look. If I'm not using the right terminology, but we'll look at the world, right? And we'll just look at the world and see the world as we see it. And then we never take that pause to say, hey, how does the reverse it and see how the world sees you? Like a lot of people just get stuck in their box, they stuck in their groove, and they just look at the world a certain way.
Right. Yeah, they never go beyond the corner. It's like, listen, if I hadn't joined the Navy, I probably never would have left Coney Island.
Right.
Okay. I remember the first time I came back. When I was 16, I had already dropped out of school and all this other shit. And someone was like, yo, you need to go do something with your life. You got a brain, da-da-da. I'm like, wow. He said, and I was hanging out with cats 10 years older than me. 20, hanging on the corner. He said, them same cats in 10 years still going to be on the corner. Where are you going to be? 10 years later, they were still in the fucking corner. Yep. Traveling to them was going to Queens. That was traveling.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I have worked in Switzerland. I have circled the globe. I remember having a conversation with a gentleman in Malaysia. And he was literally farming dirt. One of the happiest people I ever met in my fucking life. Like, why the fuck are you so happy? Yeah. I got a roof over my head. I can feed my family. What else do I want?
Yeah. But they got us tricked. They got us tricked here, Chandler, because we when they say, are you a rich man? So guess what? We start thinking that's the shit you got, the houses, the money, the cars. But guess what that is? That's family, happiness, and health.
Yeah.
You should be a billionaire where that's concerned.
Right. And that's the thing is if you never leave the block, you don't understand that there's poor people everywhere.
Yep. Every ghetto in the world. Yep.
And they go through the same shit I might be going through. Right. So what's the difference in us? How I carry myself, how I treat other people. How they carry themselves, how they treat other people. Well, if they treat me fine, I don't have a problem with them. Well, I don't like these people. I don't like those people. No, I don't like that person.
That's based on those inherent biases on the shell, right? Not looking at you know, you're gonna have those evil mofos in every show. You know what I'm saying? Like how you came up in Coney, right? It's a lot of people you came up with, but you wasn't fucking with them because you just knew they was no good. Right. And you can go to Malaysia and it's still people like that in Malaysia. And I always try to tell these younger cats now is if you have the opportunity to go someplace you've never been, go. Don't sit up there and be like, yeah, I ain't been there, what I'm gonna do, or whatever the case may be. Because man, after being able to travel a little bit, I kind of realized, it's crazy how places they tell you what's in a place and then you go there and see for yourself. You know, like I look over there, and I get into all these conversations with people because I was lucky enough to travel to Qatar in March before COVID really. Actually, I got back home just before, everything started shutting down. And just to see every time you look up, they building schools, they building they building universities, they building roads, and the money's going back into building. And then I come here and didn't see a jacked up car, nothing. But then you come here, everybody working every day, all damn day, double shift, and you just struggling to get along. And then you paying taxes. Now think about it. We saw Schoolhouse Rock when we was kids. They told us how this shit worked, and people still don't know. So now you paying all this money, and you ain't got no representation because now you got people that sit up there. And they're getting all your money. They're deciding how your money's spent.
Right.
And then all the people that have money can just give them money to dictate whatever policy they bring forth. So they keep telling us, vote, and do this and do this and do that. But guess what? At the end of the day, what power do you have? Because the influence is all in that money. But guess what? We can build a wall, right? We can say, we're going to appropriate X amount of $1 billion to build a wall. But then when somebody's talking about it ain't no school or it ain't no housing, and y'all be like, well, we ain't got money for that. Right. And you be like, and they'll say that right on the heels of saying some other bullshit. Yep. And it just kills me. And it kills me how we just live in this world where we have no journalism, where people just allow them to say whatever, because that's just common sense. Like if I ask Mac for $10 and I be like, yo, Mac, man, I'm out in Queens with him. I say, yo, I need $10. He be like, yo, I ain't got it, man. But he said, yo, I'll walk you to the train. And then he go to the train and stop at the bodega and pull out like $50. You know?
Do the Chris Rock.
Yeah, I be like, yo, bro. I'm like, yo, I'm good for it or whatever. Nah, I ain't got no money. Well, I ain't got no money for that. And then people keep falling. People keep falling for the okie doke. And I wanted to circle back to something that you mentioned earlier, Chandler, was like everybody goes through the same things. And where these white people are tricked at times is they don't understand that we all are going through the same shit.
Right.
All over the place. And what happens is when you get tricked into believing somebody's coming from here to take some shit from you, guess what? All the Mexicans is coming and doing those day laboring jobs. You think you think that shit's beneath you anyway. That Mexican dude gonna come get that toothbrush and scrub your toilet bowl if that's the job.
Right.
You'd come in there and be like, you want me to clean some shit up? You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole mentality, but then you also get caught into these things about letting people tell you how to think instead of getting to know someone, right? And not realizing that you and the person have something in common. Like my wife has a friend that's Italian, right? And you know how people can have family issues and stuff like that. Yo, it's crazy. She's got a brother and a sister. She's got two brothers and a sister. They're all the one brother and the sister's married, and the other one just kind of globetrots the world. So her mom was sick, and her mom stayed with her for a long time. So she literally stayed with her mom for like 25 years. So her mom lived with her, no opportunity really getting married because you're always taking care of your mom. So what started happening was when she would go to work, her mom started leaving the crib and she had to put her in a home. But unfortunately, her mom passed 6 months after she put her in a home. You know, every single last one of them gave her shit and don't talk to her to this day.
Yep.
And when you hear stories like that, you know, I've heard stories like that, like with my family and people I know. What I'm saying, that black people and black families. But she's Italian, and it's some shit that she went through. It's the same shit that we all go through. And just because whatever she is doesn't make it any different, doesn't make the experience any different. And we in this weird place where we just don't see each other. Like, the only way it's gonna be some Independence Day shit when everybody want to be human. Like when the aliens come, then it's gonna be like, oh, we all band together. But other than that, it's gonna be fucked up before that. Then we can go back to being fucked up again. We beat the aliens. Like, it's crazy, man.
That's right.
That, you know what? That's funny, because you know what the sad part is. That's exactly how the fuck it would happen. Yeah. Like, some people, January 1st.
Yeah.
Hello.
I don't have one. Chandler.
You still
go back to hating each other.
Oh.
Hello? Chandler, we missed like the whole sentence. That whole paragraph.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. What I was saying was, I was laughing because of what he said. I said, you know, January 1st, everybody's gonna be happy. You're gonna see people hugging in the streets, everything, because 2020 is finally fucking over. Right. On the 2nd of January, we go back to hating each other.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, look at 9/11. Right? 9/11 happened. People were hating, Arabs or whatever. Everybody was banding together against Arabs for the most part, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the racism was kind of like, okay,
it shifted.
Yeah.
For a minute.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if something happens, people want to be like, oh no, we're all Americans, we're all in this together. COVID, same thing. People like, oh, we're all Americans, we're all in this together, we're all dealing through the same shit. Yeah, really? We are, but it's worse for other people.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, go to West Virginia. Go to some towns in West Virginia.
Oh yeah.
Go to some towns in the Midwest that have been devastated by meth.
Yep.
And tell me that you don't see the Bronx in the 80s and the 70s.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. Tell me that you don't see the exact same fucking thing. Absolutely. And you don't see people there that you can relate to, because they're literally going through shit that we went through growing up. But then
that is true, Chandler. But I think the only difference is the reaction that it's an epidemic instead of it being criminalized, of addiction being criminalized as it was.
Right. Well, but that's not them doing that. That's somebody outside of them labeling it. But the people.
That's the color thing.
That's right. The people, you sit there and they'll be like, shit, I understand what it's like to be poor. And those are some of the nicest people you'll fucking meet. Ain't got shit.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because they understand what it is to be poor, and for people to look down on them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because they consider them bums and poor white trash and all other bullshit that they say. Those are people, they're just fucking human beings who are struggling.
Right.
Yeah, they're just living, basically. Yeah, like we all doing. They just living. It's just it's harder. It's harder, It's harder.
I mean, most people in this country are struggling.
Yeah.
Without COVID, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that comes along the line too, I think, where you have to learn to be and I throw this superhero reference out there. You have to be like Daredevil. You got to be blind, because I think a lot of times people they judge on its face. Yep. And when you meet somebody, you can't look at their shoes, you can't look at their clothes. You got to interact with them, and too many people have already made this judgment that somebody's not worth them off just what they see.
Yep.
Yeah, Carl, like that conversation I told you about my friend Amanda from college and the dude she used to date. They're both Caucasian, and dude just had that sneer that me and him was never ever gonna connect in any shape or form. And I remember a young lady from our college. It's there's bars by every college, so homegirl got she got drunk, and if she would have got caught on campus drunk, the whole campus would have got put on lockdown. So We helped her get back to her room safely. And the dude was looking at me like, you know her? I'm like, yeah, I know her. And like Carl said, had it been Shaniqua, he wouldn't have been down to help Shaniqua.
Right.
Even though he went to the same school as Shaniqua.
Right. And that's sad.
Mm-hmm.
That's real sad. But that's America.
Yeah, it is.
Right,
it is.
right.
That's America in a nutshell.
Yeah.
It's because I remember, oh, I get a new car. Why? Well, I got to have something new. Why?
Right.
Because when I get another car, it's going to be new to me. It's going to be a brand new fucking car.
Right.
If you got a problem with the car I drive, here's what you can do. You can buy me a fucking car. Because I'm at an age now where if whoever it is, if I ever choose to date and I have to have this, and this, now, granted, you got to bring something to the table. That's not what I'm talking about. You got to bring something to the table.
Right.
Okay? You can't just show up at the table with fucking your pockets turned out to my, hey, let's go out. Well, you got to bring something to the table.
But chill, I got a fat ass and big boobs.
You got to listen. But do you have a brain? Are we able to have a conversation of what are you bringing to the table? But it's all predicated on what I have, what I'm driving. I'm a little too old for that shit now. You can keep it moving.
Of course. But that's what it is. I mean, you see it all over, like social media. That's what it is. People portray these lifestyles that they sort of have, but we all know the real.
People be fronting, it's people that be having these fake Instagram photo shoots.
So they be on. They live like a Sims life. You know that game, The Sims, right?
Yeah.
That's how they be talking.
Yeah.
They be like I'm a Sims character.
Yeah. I've been married for 16 years, and I'll be honest with you. If I was single or divorced, I would probably just go stand in the corner because I would be terrified. Because these people crazy, man.
No, they are.
They are crazy. Like I wouldn't know how to relate, and it's like people don't talk to each other anymore.
They don't.
And it's kind of like, how do you communicate like that? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, today, if you ask a woman, I don't say young lady, woman, because I'm in my 50s, I say woman, would you like to have a cup of coffee? They look at you like you got three heads.
Right.
Now, if you come up there to you got fat ass. You talk to them like they're an animal. Now you got their attention. I'm not saying all of them, but there's too many in this age group that are still trying to go to clubs. You're not wrong going to the club, but man, listen, I'm 51 years. I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? To me, a night out is a movie, maybe an early dinner. We in the house by 10, man. Being out till 3 in the damn morning. What's wrong with you? I'm tired.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Shit, I don't do 3 o'clock in the morning no more. But there's still too many people now that are trying to live, like you said, this lifestyle that why in the fuck why are you on Facebook telling all your business if you're over 35 years old? I'm sorry. What the fuck are you doing on social media? Talking about, that's what is wrong with you?
Right.
Listen, man, I just want to pop bottles. That's all I'm. Just want to pop bottles.
Well, because everybody now, this is the thing with social. Everybody want to be known. They want to be somebody. They feel like they're not complete unless they're somebody. Like you have to know who I am, even if you're nobody. You have to portray that you're somebody.
But these same people, though, will know everything about some celebrity. If you ask them about the person that lives in the house with them, they don't even know they don't even know that the person's been gone for 3 days.
Well, because that's the big thing. You have to know what the celebrity's doing, what the celebrity's about, because that's why people buy certain things. They be like, "Oh, did you see so and so have it? I gotta cop that. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's
that's true.
Most people look to see what celebrities are doing, and then they'll do it. One thing I'll give hip hop is hip hop came out, not to get back, to go back to this, but hip hop came out on a whole nother level. Black people in the hood was doing their own shit, and motherfuckers was like, "What the hell are you wearing? What are you doing?" But it was intriguing to some people that were on the outside. But other people were like, "What is that? That looks crazy." And now when you look at, because I remember when motherfuckers wearing Gucci and Fendi and all that shit,
Yeah.
Coca-Cola shit. all that shit. And I'm like, yo, that shit is dope. I want to get involved, you know? And people are like, well, why are you wearing that? I'm like, because this is how I express. This is my shit. This is what I like to do.
Yeah.
But that's like with Cam Newton. That's why it bothers me when I hear so many men talking about he need to put on different clothes. Why are you so concerned what that man is wearing? You are not sleeping with him. You ain't gonna meet him. Now maybe you want to sleep with him. I don't know. And if you do, that's fine. But why are you so damn concerned with what that man is wearing? Why are you, another grown man, so concerned with what a grown man you're never going to meet is wearing?
Or take it further. We had a dude that used to call the show who was a Cowboy fan, and dude was looking, you know, Odell Beckham is gay. I'm like, I don't care as long as he gets 12 touchdowns.
Right. That's another thing. No, you're right about that.
Right. So homeboy would look for videos and see he gay. I'm like, no, you gay.
Right. But that's another thing.
Why are you looking for it?
That's another thing about the whole gay thing. Why do you have to come out of the closet if you're on the team? I don't care who you mess, because nobody cares at the end of the day who's this person sleeping with. Are you able to score a touchdown? Are you able to win a championship? I don't care what you doing behind closed doors.
Yep, that's your business.
Unless you out smoking crack and laying in the middle of the street.
Yeah, the thing is, with okay, they want to be. Everybody wants to be able to live their truth, whatever your truth is.
Right.
Okay. So if you want to be able to walk around with your significant other, regardless of what pronoun you and your significant other choose to use, do you? Yep. As long as you're both consenting adults,
right?
I personally don't give a shit.
Right.
But you have too many people that do give a shit. You have too many people that will make something out of it when all that person wants to do is walk down the street with their significant other holding their hand.
Right. Because
that's confident in their own skin.
Right. Because that's who they are. They won't make that shift and be who they want to be.
Yeah, they're not confident enough to be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to follow that suit as well.
Yeah, I think that's part of it as well. I think they, deep down they're envious that some people are strong enough to
be free.
Express and be free,
yeah,
who they truly are. Right. That's why you see a lot of people, and I'm not trying to bag on the church and stuff here, but when you got people running around and they was messing with the boys and doing this and that and the other, and the Catholic Church knew about it. Here's the thing. First of all, if they were going to worship or they were going to be father, whomever, they should have been able to get married. Right. Or if they were gay, be gay, because what they're supposed to be doing is preaching whatever word they're preaching. But what ends up happening is sometimes that ends up becoming a haven or a sanctuary because there's prey there. Right. And then they can go there into that sanctuary and okay, I'll pretend to be this, but I'm really here for this. Whereas if they could be what they wanted to be, they could have went out in the world, or even if they came there, they wouldn't look at the people or the boys as prey because they was able to do whatever it is they got to repress. But that to me that goes back into when I look at American history. And I look in the 40s and stuff and see how conservative we were in comparison to Europe in different places. Like we were very Puritan, but then you got Hoover behaving this way, but this mofo got dresses and shit on after he ready to kick everybody else up in the ass. Right.
So I mean, look at all the entertainers back in the day, or the writers and, the musicians. A lot of them, my older friend, the guy I met in California, he passed away in LA. He was like 80-some years old. Len Kane, God rest his soul. He used to tell me all the time, a lot of these guys were AC/DC.
Yep.
He grew up with a lot of them. He's like, they were AC/DC, but they didn't want to. They get married to a woman just to be out there. But on the low, they sleeping with a lot of men. That's why you had a lot of these guys that disappeared.
Yeah, well, you could. I mean, we could just look at Luther Vandross.
Oh,
Luther Vandross for so many years had to hide who he was because even though all of us knew, if he had come out and said I'm gay, his career would have been over.
Right. Freddie Jackson also.
That's the hypocrisy of it. Everybody knew,
Right.
But he still had to live a lie.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In order to make a living.
Right.
Like,
as do a few of them.
That's why he perished the way he did.
Yeah. One of my homeboys.
Mm-hmm.
One of my homeboys was I used to call him the Puerto Rican R&B lover man. He loved Luther. And when and he went to see Luther at the Garden, I think it was the Anita Baker, when they had the Anita Baker tour, this is like 88. Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, yo, you know Luther gay, right? And he was like, no, son, no way. I said, so what? You wouldn't have went to see him at the concert?
Right.
Like, I forgot how it came up. You know, like Rolling Rock more like Pebbles Hudson. Right. But yeah, so it was like he was totally taken aback. And he was like, he's like, yo, I don't know how I feel about that. I said, what do you mean? I said, that dude, Luther's the man. I said, yo, I said he's one of my favorite singers. And I said that would change your thought process about him. And it just kind of like he wouldn't like, I don't know if I'd have went to go see. I'm like, dude, you wasn't at his crib. Like, you went to the Garden. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's like everybody who knows me knows I'm a big Prince fan. Mm-hmm. And some people like, I couldn't rock with his music. See this and that. And I'm like, you missing out.
Tell them they missing out for sure. And when you see Prince with anything but a bad chick.
Right.
All 5'3" of them.
and he'll bag your chick.
Yeah. It's like, man, listen, I get so tired of, it's like you said, people got to come out of the closet, and they have to do that because it's so hard to just be whoever the hell you want to be today.
Right.
Because everybody got something to say about what you're doing. They ain't gonna help you do shit. They ain't trying nothing to improve your life, but they'll damn sure try to tear you down.
Yeah. That's like I got a friend. He's a record producer. He's a music producer. He lives in Chicago. He produces hip hop. A couple years ago, he came out, and he came out on Facebook. So it's people. He's worked with a lot of different people. Mm-hmm. And some people were like, man, I knew you was like that. I can't fuck with you no more. And, I'm like, you shouldn't feel bad. They just going to miss out on, the good music that you was blessing them with.
Mm-hmm.
And just be you, And he's good, but I know it took him a while to get to that point where he could actually come out.
Yeah.
But guess what though? The sexuality had nothing to do with his talent though.
Right.
Exactly.
And you got stupid people that's gonna start working with him. And he could have hit him with the nicest move. All I had was more and more hits. And y'all get nothing because you worried about what I'm doing when we leave the studio.
Right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the most thuggiest dude is on the DL.
Yeah, well, Mark, we seen that when we used to go to Guess's shop.
There's a few out there,
Right.
Don't let it be misunderstood. There's a few out there in the industry. And what's the name actually brought it to light? What was her name? Marie, the one on Jay-Z's album, the one that used to have the that spot.
Jaguar, right?
Nah,
not Jaguar. I think I know what he's talking about.
We do the 22 twos.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Right? She actually exposed a lot of people because she actually was HIV positive.
Right. Yeah. I know
there's a lot of gay men in the music industry, especially the rap industry, on the low.
Yeah.
So, we already know it's out there. I mean, you got to look at football. How many people on the football? How many guys on the football? 50 something.
53.
Right.
Dudes.
Yeah, 53.
Yeah. Look at statistics. How many gay men? You know what I'm saying? It's like there's like one out of how many? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
There's probably at least 4 or 5 on the football team.
Right.
That's not. I mean, it is what it is. This is our life. This is life.
Right. I remember I was trying to get John Amici to come on the show. Used to play for the Knicks, play for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
He came out and he made a funny comment. He's like, yeah, I'll be in the locker room. He said these dudes is talking about the hair gel they use and skin cream. And he like, y'all sound gayer than I do.
Yeah, there are some guys out there like that, be waxing their eyebrows and shit. You'd be like, what?
And he said some of them, he said they weren't gay, but he said just what they was doing and what they was talking about. And y'all got a problem. Y'all gonna have a problem with me if I came out.
Right.
But, and you know, society, you gotta stop worrying about what somebody else is doing.
Right.
Worry about being a good person.
Right.
There you go.
And they're acting like they're coming at them with it. You know, like if you gay, you gay. You don't come at me with it. I'm gonna let you know, like, look, I'm not gay. I'm flattered, but I don't swing that way.
Right. That's like a coworker I used to have. He was terrified of gay men. And I worked in the purchasing department. So we would have we had a vendor who was gay. Mad cool English dude. So money would leave. He would leave. He said, "Is he coming?" I'm like, "Yeah, he's coming. He coming to see you, man. You broke. He deal with money. He don't want you."
That's so funny.
Wow, yeah, that you know what? If you didn't change the gender on that, I would think that would be like that guy that's attracted. Is she looking? Is she coming? He's like, is he coming? I'm like, oh my God.
Yo, one day, we had another worker upstairs who was gay, and I had to interact with him just because of work. But me and him was friends. So he called the other line. He was like, "Mark, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. It's Rory. It's Rory." I'm like, "Dude, what is wrong with you?" Pick up the phone, and actually, Rory didn't want to speak to me. He wanted to speak to him. I'm like, "Yeah, man."
Oh, and he didn't want to talk to Rory because Rory.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was like, Rory ain't gonna bite you.
So Rory's gonna ask him out.
And he didn't know what to say. He was like, I don't know if I can, but
I can't talk now.
See me on Snapchat. I'm like,
and you know what it is too, man. And also I mentioned before about the whole the humanity thing and that part of it as well. See, people start and they look at something and they make, if you had to kind of rate something A, B, C, they look at something and they kind of put that in box number A. Like they're looking at the person's sexuality. Like, okay, he's gay, he likes men. And then that's the first thing they see. So I'll tell you a story. When I was coming up, my mom started getting to the point where she was trying to make me a latchkey kid, but my mom worked across the street from where we live. So she used to be on this thinking she could run over and let me in on lunch when I got home from school. So this started working out okay. This is when we first moved to Bed-Stuy. I might have been like 7. It was working out okay at first, but then what started happening was she started getting busy. So then what happens is I get home, the bus pull up, and then I'm sitting there in the lobby just waiting for her, or even sitting outside waiting for her to come across the street so she can come upstairs and let me in because she hadn't given me a key yet. And one time I was down there for like 40 minutes or so, and it's a guy named Ralph. And Ralph was gay. Ralph was like, "Yo, he been here. And he used to be with this girl Cynthia all the time." And Ralph was he was gay as the sun is hot. And they took me up to Cynthia's house because they were like, "Yo, you don't need to be sitting here by yourself. Anybody can come." But it was never like nothing. They gave me something to eat, chill with me, whatever, talk to me. And ever since that, Ralph was, got love for me, was cool. So then you figure I was 7. So I still lived in that neighborhood till I was almost 20 something. And I was about 16 and Ralph was coming from somewhere. And you know how the fellas be hanging out or whatever the case may be. So we all hanging out and stoop, whatever. and I will always dap Ralph up and give him a hug. And yo, people's like, yo, you be hugging that mofo, man. Yo, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, yo, he's a good dude.
Right.
He's just a good dude. Like he never was ashamed of who he was, and what his preference was, but he never was sideways with me or nothing. I was just a younger dude that he saw that lived in the building, and he looked out for me.
Right.
And then what happens is it just weirds you out how people would see that. And then when I started like seeing dating girls and stuff, and they come around, and if we saw him, I'd say, hello and introduce him. And they'd be like, what you introduce me to him for?
Right. Right.
Well, how you know him? I like, yo, I know that dude since like 7 years old.
Right.
What I need to know about you. What you think? What you saying? Ask me.
Right. At the end of the day, people are people.
Yeah.
Want to be shitheads, whether they gay, whether they straight, whether they black, whether they white, it don't even matter. People are people.
Yep.
And that's what that's the shame. That's the shameful thing about life is you got so many people that because someone believes in one thing, they're not, you can't be friends with them or whatever. Like,
man, I'll never forget that.
But
I'll never forget I was in boot camp, and I was this kid from Southern Illinois. Now, the only thing I knew about Illinois was Chicago. Okay.
Right.
And I didn't know they had soy farms in Chicago, in Illinois. They have soy farms in Southern Illinois. They're soy farms.
Right.
And I remember we were sitting around one day shooting the shit, whatever, everybody polishing their boots and just, whatever.
Yep.
And he was like, you know what? He said, you guys are the first black people I've ever seen in my life. He was like, what? He said, yeah. He said, the only black people I ever saw was on TV. I was like, no shit. Until he said that, I would have never thought that. One of the nicest cats I've ever met in my life. Would have never thought that. But basically, because we were all kind of crammed together, everybody was just like, listen, we just got to get along and get through this shit. So, but then when you start sitting around and talking to people, he turned out to be far better than cats that had grown up in cities like New York. They turned out to be some of the biggest assholes I've ever met.
Right.
Black and white. You know what I'm saying? This cat come from this secluded damn farming community where basically, it was just white people.
Yeah.
One of the most open-minded, nicest people ever. It's crazy how people can just be assholes no matter where they're from.
Yo, and Chan, that's the beauty of the military. That basic training aspect of it. You do meet people from all over really all over the world, but all over the country. And some of the conversations are really ill. You know what I'm saying? Because just growing up in New York, I went to school with all types of different people. But then when you meet somebody, like I met this dude from Michigan. He was from I don't even know what part of Michigan, the whitest of the white. And he did the same. He said the same thing. He's never seen a black person before in real time. Everything was on TV. But he was a nice guy. He was just so ignorant because that's how he grew up. He didn't know anything.
Right.
And he was like, oh, my parents were wrong about, you people, talk about the black people. And it was funny, but it's sad as well at the same time because it's just like, yo. But that's how people grow up. Ignorance breeds ignorance, If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah. But that's the thing is I'm finding that most of the ignorance comes from people who should know better.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, especially these days too, you have more resources. You know, you could Google stuff, you could talk to people. Back in the day, you had to go to the library and go to the reference section.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
they go to the library, go to the reference desk. I need a book on black people.
That's it. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way you find out about shit back in the day. You talk to somebody, you may talk to some ignorant dude or ignorant woman, and she'll tell you something. You'll be like, oh, okay, that sounds good. Then you meet somebody, you may have to talk to them, whatever. Now you can actually do some research on certain things.
Yeah.
But
a lot of people don't like doing research.
No. I mean,
it requires them to actually think and form their own opinion.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Me, I like having factual information.
Yeah.
And
That's why I used to tell people all the time, like I said, the difference between a regular person and a lawyer is a lawyer does research. They know where to find things. That's it. It's not you don't have to be really intelligent to be an attorney. You just
no, you don't. I've worked at law firms. I've seen some attorneys who they know the law, but they other things. I'm like,
yeah. I would find laws for some people, like different statutes and stuff. They're like, "Oh, where'd you get this?" I said, "It's called Google." You know what I mean? Like, it's called the Code of Federal Regulations. Look it up. But they don't want to do that. It's really easy. So,
just like I gotta talk about it again. Monique, the comedian. She has a beef with Lee Daniels and Oprah Winfrey, and she wants Tyler Perry to publicly apologize to her, like Will Smith publicly apologized to the dark-skinned Aunt Viv. And I'm like, that's not the same thing.
No, that's different. Yeah.
Since you know Law J, she found a way to sue Netflix.
Yep.
And I don't think she's gonna win the case though. But the judge is letting the case go through and letting it run its course.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna win. She has a beef with Lee Daniels, and myself being a film person, her beef with him, I'm like, so why don't she sue him?
That's who she should have sued.
Right. She can't. Why don't she sue Oprah? She can't.
Well, she'd be blacklisted for real.
Well, she is black. Well, she is blacklisted.
But you know what I mean? Like, you can't sue Oprah.
Right. Go sue Tyler Perry. Because you say it's about money, but it's not. It's about you doing the wrong thing in your career and taking bad advice.
Right.
Everybody who's an actor or an actress, you get paid to do your work.
Right.
You can negotiate whether you get paid for other stuff, like doing press and going out promoting the film or whatever it is you're promoting. You can do that, and some people do that. You didn't. People complain about the money she made. I'm like, it's a low budget movie.
Right.
Nobody got paid on that movie. What she should have did was, you did the movie, you got nominated for an Oscar, you won an Oscar, do all the press so you can meet other people, meet other producers, meet other directors,
right?
So that you could continue to work. She didn't do that.
Don't they pay for them to travel and shit when they doing the press? Don't they put them up in hotels and stuff?
Yes, they do. They give you a per diem.
Yeah.
So then she got paid.
Right.
What does that pay?
Right, but she wanted to nickel and dime the production. Meaning that she like I do small projects. So we did a small project a couple years ago, and an actress, we presented her with documents for her to sign saying that you're gonna act here and you're gonna get paid for this because you acted in this.
Right.
She went with her agent and her lawyer, and they came back and she said, well, do I get any production credit? Do I get residual? No, you're not a producer, so no. Do I get more money if it goes any? No, you don't, because you just acted. And so we sent her back paperwork and she signed it.
But that's what people don't understand about the business.
Right.
They think because you acting, you're going to get residuals if it plays on a certain thing. If you sell millions of copies or whatever, you sell it. That's not how it works.
No.
You don't get paid
not unless you negotiate it. If you don't negotiate it, you don't get shit.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that only certain actors get that. If you bringing in money like that, yes, you will get that on the back end. Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
For the most part. So they think that, but because I acted for a while as well. I've been in the business before. I know how that shit is. They'll say, look, we're going to pay you $8,000 or whatever it is, 5,000 or 1,000 for this part. This is what you're being paid for. We will pay for your food. We'll pay for this. We'll pay for that. And that's it. That's the extent of it. It may be 5 days of shooting. It may be 2 days, but they'll tell you up front. If it goes over, then we'll pay you X amount over.
Right.
Everything is right there.
Right. That's like Terrence Howard only made $18K for Hustle and Flow.
Right. And it's sold bananas, and he didn't get any extra money from that.
No, but he got nominated for an Oscar.
And that's when his stock rose.
Right.
And now he's getting paid residuals, for any other movie. Same thing. Will Smith did the same thing.
Yep.
He got paid for the show, when he did Fresh Prince, right? He was just getting paid as an actor. But when his stock started going up, now he's getting paid residuals from other things. Like I don't think he's getting paid from Fresh Prince to this day.
Actually, all of them get something off of the Fresh Prince. Yeah.
But I mean, when he started really acting, that's when he started making the big money, and he started making money off of residuals as well. But most actors don't make that unless you're somebody.
Right.
Because they would lose out. So the companies would lose out so much money. All these production companies, they would lose so much money. These film companies. If they have to pay the actors that all the residuals.
Yeah. Yo, fellas, we've been on for 4 hours.
Almost 5.
Yeah, I know.
See, I'm at work, so I don't care. I talk all night. I'm here to talk in the morning.
I'm gonna call it a night. Yo, this was a great show. We traverse sports, politics, political affairs, entertainment. Thank y'all in the chat room. Thank y'all who are on my page on Facebook. Ours Facebook page, the In the Paint Facebook page. Follow us on YouTube, In the Paint Media Group. Have a good night. We'll get back with you probably Monday. Peace.